Hello, hello. Can everyone hear me? Let's lower that desktop volume there a little bit. Hello, hello. Hi. Just waiting for the lag to catch up. Make sure it's actually on. I think we're live. Yay. Yes, we are. Perfect. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. So, we've got the stream cat back there taking a nap. We'll see if he wakes up and starts meowing, but for now he's actually sleeping, which is nice. So welcome to the stream. Now for today's stream, originally, if you were here in the last stream, I was planning on doing a Bifrost kind of demo. Basically, if you don't know what Bifrost is, it's a simulation, so for doing water simulation, things like that. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to kind of get things prepared for it. There was going to be a nice surprise today because, as you can see in the bottom left corner, we're almost at 100 followers already, which is pretty awesome. So I put a little countdown timer there so people can follow along with how many followers we have left to go before 100. I don't know if we're going to hit that anytime soon, but just so we can kind of all join in the countdown there. But because of that, my brother and I wanted to have a special stream today where we were both in it, and where basically the original intention of this stream is that we were both here. That's why it's the Pratt Bros, not just the Pratt. Unfortunately, things didn't work out. Some of our hardware just didn't end up working, so it was supposed to be like this. So you'd have the other chair there. Hello. I can have one big hand like this now. Haha. There you go. Line it up. But unfortunately, the hardware to get it so that we can stream both desktops didn't work. So hopefully I don't know when we'll be able to kind of get a replacement hardware, but it's coming. Just not right away, unfortunately. So yeah, still no proof there's actually two of you. It could just be a mirror effect. If I was just to roll back there would technically be two of me in both monitors, just like how I can have... Let's go back there. There you go. Two hands right there. What hardware do I need? Basically, oops, let's go back to full screen. Basically, the issue that I'm running into is the capture card that I have won't recognize the other computer, which I'm guessing is it's an HDMC issue, where basically the HDMI cable, which goes into the capture card, is HDMI cables by default and HDMI hardware by default have a anti-piracy thing built into it, so that certain things cannot take signals from other systems. And in most cases, that's basically to stop people from just plugging in an HDMI cable and recording media on anything, which is pretty good in terms of piracy. Now, in our instance, is basically making it so that the laptop or the other system right there, which you can just see the corner of, can't transmit to this system for the stream. So basically we need to figure out a way to get through that hardware issue. And I think I found a way to do it. It's just it's going to take a while because we have to do some testing for it. So if it wasn't for that, we would have had the double stream. You would have had some 2D animation on that side because we've got the tablet for Cameron right there. Got his 2D software on there. Then we'd have some 3D demos here. A nice blend of both worlds right there. But unfortunately not. Maybe we'll keep it for the 100 follower stream or something. Luckily, I just want to say it's not a huge issue. It should be fixed pretty quick. It's just a matter of doing some testing and possibly getting a new little adapter. I spy a Diva mech. Yes, right there. There's a Diva mech, and it's hard to see because I zoomed in my camera here, but let's zoom out a little bit. Right there's the Widowmaker, and then right there's Reaper. So that Diva mech back there is awesome. It's huge. It doesn't look too big because it's so far off back there, but it is massive. It's 16 inches tall. So what's the scale? All the figures are to scale with each other, but the Diva mech is 16 inches tall. I wish I could try to roll over there, but there's so many things in the way on the ground. There's so many cables from the setup we were trying to do, so I can't really go back there, but maybe one stream I'll kind of bring it up closer just so everyone can see it, because it is awesome. So for today's stream, since I didn't have time to do the Bifrost preparation, I was thinking of kind of going back and doing a posing test. So a couple of streams ago we did a facial posing test where we got cues from the stream, from the chat, and I did facial poses to try and see what we can do and try to push things and show my process when it comes to creating facial animation. So I was thinking of doing something similar, but with the full body instead this time, so that you can kind of see the whole process from the body all the way to the face, instead of just one like cut off section there. And then from there we might go on to a few other different demos and just kind of have fun this stream with random things. But to kind of just show the layout that I got for the scene here, here's Maya, and let me move the chat here, just kind of get it so it's not in the way there. So what I've done is I've brought in 4 of the main rigs in from AM. So these are the Shaman, Aya, Jules, and Overlord rigs. And I brought them all in just to kind of show the variety of rigs and possibly to do some poses with each one of them. That way it's a little bit more interesting than just seeing the same rig over and over. Now, in terms of the posing, there were some poses that I wanted to try, just because they were poses that I've seen done fairly often. A very common type of pose that a lot of people, when they first start out, they tend to not push enough. So I kind of wanted to do a pose like that first, and then maybe take suggestions afterwards. And when it comes to the suggestions, I was thinking of just let me know which rig you want me to do, or which rig you want me to pose, and then which idea you want me to do. And then we'd kind of just jump into there. So if that sounds good to everyone, I think we can just jump right in. If anyone has any questions or just want to chat, just feel free to. I'm always happy to answer questions and to cover all sorts of different things in these. So the pose that I usually see that tends to be, it's not that it's not good or that there's issues, it's just it's not pushed enough, is kind of action poses, especially when it comes to something like a kick. So for this, I'm just going to show Aya here. We'll start with her. So here's Aya. And the pose that tends to happen is, let's set a key here. I'm going to set a key on the very first frame here. This is going to be my vanilla pose. This, whenever I'm doing pose tests, this is something I always do. On frame 1, this will just be my default pose. That way when I want to create another pose, I can always go right back to here. I don't have to zero everything out. So next frame, this is going to be our actual pose. So I'm just going to kind of show what I tend to see happening. So let's say we're posing out a kick. So mind if I share the link to this stream on Facebook? Oh, definitely. If you guys want to share the stream, that would mean a lot to me. You don't have to. I don't want to make it so. Oh, share this, share the link, and all that. I don't know, promotion like that to me, I'm not comfortable with it. But if you guys want to share it on your own, that's awesome. That would really mean a lot to me. Uh, so, the pose that I tend to see is when things aren't connected in the body. So let's just do a quick example. The reason I'm kind of doing a kick pose here is I watched a soccer game a couple of days ago, and usually I'm not into sports. That's just me. Sports, I've never really watched them, but I watched a soccer game yesterday, and some of the poses that they were doing when they were kicking the ball, and then they'd like go into slow motion and everything at the replay, it was amazing that how dynamic they were, and it really got me interested in watching more soccer or football if you're overseas. But that's kind of what got me thinking about this idea here. So what I tend to see is, let's see, I've got some reference here on a tablet, just to kind of, I'll keep it similar. So let's say she's kicking with her screen left foot here. Now, a lot of times, it'll just be a very quick pose. So I'll switch this foot to FK here. This will make it a little easier to pose in the air without having to worry about leg stretch. So this foot will come forward, and I'm going to set this up as my shot camera. Let's kind of just get it something like that. So this foot's going to be forward. This foot might be back. We'll add a little rotation there, like so. A little rotation in here. And we'll do a pretty strong kick, so it'll be pretty high, like so. And then there's going to be a little bit of hip movement like that. Let's take the spine. And this is something I'll see often, is people will take the middle control and rotate that. And we'll do something like that. And then the hands will be, let's see, something like this. Now, I'm doing this very quickly, but this is based off of a pose that I had seen previously. I did a little bit of research on some posing assignments. And what I want to say is that there is nothing wrong with posing. Oops, don't want to move my camera here. I should lock it. There's nothing technically wrong with posing something like this. Animation is an artistic medium, so sometimes something like this will work, but what we end up doing is we lose the dynamics of the pose. So here we have a kick. Now, actually, let me get this foot here. We'll just use the foot roll to kind of bring it up off the ground and push it like that. So this was, it was a little more like this, and then like that. Oops, not that control, this one. Like that for a kick. And this is, it's okay. Oh, when will we get the advanced characters? They are available in class 4. If you've just finished class 3, then they'll be available to you at the very start of class 4. So as soon as the term starts, you'll have access to them. and then you can start playing around with them and all that cool stuff. And they are fun to play around with. Really good characters. So this is a very just quick and dirty pose, but this is what I see a lot of in certain shots, especially this is something I see very commonly when people get into the facial rigs. So when you get the full facial controls and everything, the attention to the body kind of gets dropped because suddenly you've got so much more to focus on. And that kind of the body poses, a lot of attention is lost from it, and the fundamentals of the posing kind of get dropped a little bit. And this is common. If this happens to you, don't worry about it. It happens to everyone. But I'm just mentioning this because it is important that we do keep in mind those fundamentals. Keep in mind that we have to pose out a character fully, and to keep all the posing fundamentals, the line of action, the silhouette, the tangents, all of those things have to stay in our mind. The anatomy of a character, how they should bend, the sympathetic motion in the body. Even without doing any animation, in a single pose, we have to keep all of that in mind. And now this might seem like a lot, like I have to keep all of that, all those fundamentals in mind for every single pose. Yes. But the good thing is, if you do that, and you keep all of that in mind for every pose you do, when you actually animate, the animation part will be easier because you'll have all of that built in, which will add all the overlap, all the lead and follow, all of that good stuff will already be in your animation if you think about it in each pose. So this is a very basic pose here. Let's go through here and let's repose it this time. But this time we'll kind of take our time and think through each different body part and how we can make it better. So let's set a key here. We've got that, and then let's reset it here. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is, before I start posing out a character, and this is especially important when you're working on an actual shot with a full character, is what lens length do I want to use? The lens length is, if you select your camera right here, is the focal length. And this will affect the distortion of the character. Now, I talked about this in one of the previous streams here, but basically, I think it was in the very first stream actually. The focal length will determine how much depth there is to the camera. So for example, right now, if we look at this hand, let me set a key on the camera here. Let's key that and key that. So on this frame here, with a typical focal length, you can see how the hand gets a little bit bigger as it comes to the camera in comparison to her face. We get this perspective shift, just like in real life. Well, we can push that. If I take my camera here and go with a lower lens focal length, so let's say a 10mm camera, now you can see it. Just look at how much more we get of a distortion. This is kind of like an action movie lens, so you get that really dynamic distortion in the camera. For action shots, that could be really good, lowering that focal length. For a lot of panoramas or establishing shots, you'd go a little longer, so maybe a let's say 100mm lens. When I do this, now you can see there's very little distortion. If I bring this hand back and kind of aim it away from the camera here, you'll see that the hands are very similar in size, even though they're very far apart. Now, if we go back to the 10mm and kind of go in the same view, you can see just how much of a difference there is in the hands. Now, the problem with shorter lens lengths is if you go too far, you're going to get things like this where it's super distorted. So you have to be very careful not to push it too far. But it can make things a little bit more dynamic. So by default, a typical camera is going to be from 35 to 55 millimeters. That's a typical kind of Hollywood camera that you'll use for most shots. So if you play around in there, that's a good range to start with. And then you can push it even more. For learning stuff like that, I would just recommend checking out some cinematography books, or just look online on lens lengths or focal lengths. That'll help get you started on stuff like that. For now, I'm just going to stay with the basic 35. That way I've got both cameras here pretty much the same. I want the pose to kind of speak for itself, not the lens, in my case here. So let me set a key on this, make sure that the camera stays the same. Good. And let's zero out the arms. Okay. So let's start posing this character out. First thing I'm going to do is, again, switch this leg to FK. This will just make my posing of the kick here easier than having to deal with all the IK stretch and everything like that. Okay, so the first thing I want to do when I'm posing this out is I want to think of the line of action. That's something that, if you look at this pose here, there is a little bit of a line of action, but it's not really that strong. It's just kind of bland. Let me bring up my grease pencil, and hopefully it doesn't cause Maya to stop. But I'm saving often, so yay. Okay. So, let's see. Is it not showing up now? Oh, there you go. I had the eraser. Okay, so my line of action right now is just kind of that. And it's not really reading well as a kick, because the leg itself, in this case for the kick here, this is the leg that I want to really sell the power in. And it's kind of coming this way. But because of my line of action, it's just not really doing anything. I've basically got that and then that. And it's just kind of bland. I want to get them both to work together. I do have a little bit of a contrapposto in the pose. That's when the hips and the shoulders are at opposite angles. That really helps make things more dynamic. But again, it's not as interesting as it could be. The other thing that's happening is I'm getting planes in my scene. So let's change the color here. Now, there's a lot of different terms for this, but I'm just going to call it planes for now. And basically what that is if you imagine every part of the body, the head, the chest, the hips, or even the hands, as cubes, where is the front plane going to be facing? Right now, if I think of this head as a cube, like that, the front plane is facing this way. If I think of the body as a cube, like that, front plane is facing this way. If I think of the hips as cube, now it's going to be angled this way. But where's that front plane facing? Same direction. Everything is flat towards the camera. It's bland. There's no twist. There's no dynamic posing in here. So I want to take all of this. I want to push that line of action, push the twist and the dynamic feeling in the character. Push the hand poses. This is another thing that's not posed out. The hands. And this is probably the number one thing I see when people get to any biped character, and especially when they get to full body shots like this. When a lot of people start out, they do not pose the hands. hands have to be posed out. Maybe not right away on the very first week of blocking, but I would argue that, yeah, you would have to, because to me, the hands are one of the most expressive things that you can have on a person. And if you don't pose them out, you're just missing out on a lot of the pose. And the longer you hold off on it, the more work it's going to be. So by posing it out early, you get a better pose and less work in the long run. So that would be definitely something I recommend. Now, I just lost my reference on my tablet here. Let's see if I can find it. The joy of having the reference on a tablet is that I could pick up all my reference while I was waiting at a in the city, but I don't have it on my computer. Joy, oh joy. Okay, let's see if I can find it here. Oop. I think I've almost got it. There you go. Found it again. There you go. Cool. So there's all of these elements that are going through when I'm posing this out, plus a whole lot more. I've actually got... Do I still have it here? No, I think I moved it. Dang it. I've got a checklist of posing criteria that if I had it here, maybe I'll show it in the next stream. It's really useful. Basically, all the things to think about when you're posing out a character. But for now, let's kind of go with this. So, with all of this in mind, let's go to the next pose here and start breaking it down and thinking of all of these elements. Now, when I'm posing out a character, the first thing I like to do typically is move their hips and their feet in order to find their balance in the pose. Now, balance is a very tricky thing because you want to keep your character balanced as you're posing them out. But in a lot of cases, balance can be deceiving because if a pose has momentum, the balance is going to shift. So especially something like this is something I really saw when I was observing the soccer match, is they are running across the field. They are moving very, very quickly. And whenever they're doing a kick or a change of direction, they're throwing themselves out quite a ways from their typical balance point. So a good example of this, and I think I've got some files right here that will show this very well, is... Okay. So let's open this up here. So I've got some MotoGP races here. Now, if you watch these, at all points during this race, these bikes are in balance. So when they're taking a turn, there you go. That is in balance right there. Even though that guy is basically hanging off the edge of his bike, he is completely crooked. That is technically still in balance because the momentum is pushing him down into the tire. So balance becomes very tricky when you're dealing with speed. And if I'm not careful, what I could end up with is a pose like this where I'm not feeling any speed. I'm not feeling that she's running down the track and then kicking a ball. It feels like she's maybe walking down the sidewalk and kicking a pebble or a can on the street. I don't feel that speed. I don't feel that momentum of her trying to outrace someone else to the ball and all of that energy. So I really want to push that. And one way I can do this is to push just how far the character is to the side here. So I really want to push that feeling here. Now you'll see that this is going to be a little off for now, but that's fine. I like to kind of get the general feeling of the pose first, and then start refining things. She's going to be traveling forward, so this leg's going to be back here on the ground, like so. Now, the other thing I need to think about is how will these hips rotate? This is something I see very often in a lot of shots when people first start out, is they'll get the basic hip rotation in, but they don't consider all the rotations, which it makes an animation move, but it doesn't feel alive. It doesn't feel like, again, you're not it's not having all the momentum and all of the sympathetic motion in it. That's the word I was looking for. So in this case, this character is going to be kicking forward. So this foot's going to be coming forward like so. Okay. So if she's kicking here, well, what's going to happen with those hips? Well, first of all, if that leg's coming forward, these hips have to rotate this way. There's no way that she'll be able to kick if her hips do not rotate forward like this. It would just be a very weak kick. So I need to get those hips rotated with that leg. Now she's kicking upwards, so I kind of want to push those hips up. Again, I want the whole hip to feel like it's helping out with this kick. And then in terms of the rotate X, I'm going to rotate it back, because again, the hip's going to swing forward and push the hips, or sorry, push that leg forward. If I went like this, this makes it kind of awkward. I'm going to just bring it back slightly like so. So already by posing out those hips, if you look at in here, I'm getting a much more dynamic angle to the pose. I'm seeing a little bit of the side of the leg there compared to just the front of the hips. If I don't look at the top of the body, it's a little bit more dynamic. Not quite right though, yet. We still have to add in all the other elements. Okay, so looking at the reference that I had found, this leg here, again, I'm going to use the foot roll, and I'm just going to really push that angle of the foot. Oh, Solstachio, thank you so much for the follow. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Cool. And I just noticed my follower milestone isn't dating. Let's see. Do I have to do anything for that? I don't know. I've never used this kind of stuff before, so I do not know. Interesting. It still hasn't updated. Do I have to do anything to update it? Who knows? Let's see. I have no idea. Maybe it'll just update on its own. I'll give it a little bit. Or maybe I just have to do that. No. Oh well. Before I lose my train of thought here. As I'm posing out this foot, one thing I want to make sure is that I'm not just keeping that foot straight. Right now, if we look at the foot and ankle compared to the ground, it's perpendicular. We can see it even just by the rotation of this manipulator here. So I want to make sure that I twist this. Now, some rigs will have a twist control where you can twist the heel. Others don't. This really is dependent on the rig that you're using. So I'll first look through all of this, see if there is that specific control I'm looking for. There's this here, the side control, but that's not really what I want. So it doesn't look like I have that control here, so that's fine. I'm just going to use this side control and push the ankle to flow with that leg to really get that feeling of pushing off the ground here. And yes, it's gonna be just on the one edge here, but I'm gonna get a much better flow to the pose than if I had just kept it perfectly straight. So get that ankle in line here. And then I can use this knee PV here to angle the knee and get the nice curve in the body. So you can see just how much more I'm pushing this line of action here. And let's push this foot roll even more. So something like that. And then the foot angle. Let's kind of get that in an interesting pose there. There you go. So we've got that leg starting to get into position here. It's not quite right yet, but again, I like to just kind of get the base elements in and then go in and refine everything. If you try to refine something too much too early, you're just going to end up having to redo it anyway. So don't get too caught up on the small details. Oh, and it looks like it did update on its own. Yay! With that, we've got this foot in place. Now let's get the other leg in place. Now, there's a few ways I can get this leg to really sell the momentum of this kick. I could have it come forward like so, but then I risk having kind of a T pose where, or kind of a typical stick figure pose where I bring this up here. Let's create a new document. Even if I get a nice line of action in my character, if I have the arms come out like that and then the other leg come out like that, I've really just made that. So I have to be very careful how I pose this out. And what I want to do is I want to get this character to feel like that leg is in motion. Not that it's at the end of the kick, but that it's going through the kick. So if you watch football players or any sports player as they're moving, not just when they've reached the end of their movement, but as they're moving, it can be really interesting to see just how dynamic they are. So in this case, I'm going to take this leg here and I'm going to kind of push it in the direction of the line of action here. Let's rotate the foot like so. And I might turn my camera ever so slightly here. And let's get the foot is going to hit the ball with the side of the foot like so. And I'm going to just push the leg a little bit. I'm breaking the knee right now, but this is basically a smear frame. I want this foot to feel like it's coming forward. Now, it's going to look a little odd right now because this is a still frame, but that's fine. Let's see. Let's see. Trying to get a silhouette of the knees working here. I might just need to adjust my camera position here. There you go. Let's zoom out just a little bit. So something like that, and I'll reduce the rotation just a little bit. But something like that. And again, let's push this just a little bit more here. And I have to be very careful or else it'll just feel broken. But let's go with that. And now, again, just very basic pose for now. I'll come back to it later. Let's get to the spine. Now, with the spine, again, I just need to consider all the rotations. So the first one is rotate Y. Well, that's pretty simple. The rotate Y is just going to basically do the opposite of the hips. So I'm going to push the spine rotation this way. And I'm going to try and over-rotate it for now. I would rather push this too far than not far enough. Something like that. And you'll notice that as I'm moving the spine, I'm moving all 3 rotations together. I like to do this at the start to kind of keep the spine as a whole and not lose cohesion in the spine. If I start moving everything independently, I can get a very wobbly spine. So let's push this. And I'm going to push the line of action in here. So really just push this. And again, I'm going to go further than I would assume. It's always better to go too far and then have to pull it back than to not go nearly far enough. If you don't go far enough, it's just going to look bland. So I'm going to push this spine until it looks broken at this point. Excuse me. I don't know what happened there. Something caught in my throat. But I'm going to push it to the point where it looks broken. But that's fine. So I've got the spine worked out here. Again, I did the rotate Y, the rotate Z. Make sure I do the rotate X as well. So if she's kicking, her back is going to come, let's say, forward. I want to push this line of action between the leg, the kicking leg, and the body. Just really push that flow into the kick here. So we'll go like that for now. Now, once I do this, when I start refining the chest and the rotations of the body, what I'll tend to do is I'll just reduce the rotations of the upper spine slightly, kind of straighten it out a little bit, and then just push the lower spine a little bit more. I find this gives a more natural spine shape because the lower back tends to rotate a lot more than the upper back. So something like that. I could even push it even more. Let's really push this here. Like so. I want to push these hips more this way. That way the body kind of straightens out. Right now she's kind of starting to throw her chest out of balance because of the momentum. If I push the hips a little bit more, the cog, the chest comes back into balance a little bit, and I get a more dynamic hip angle. Why was that hard to say? So let's go with something like that. And actually, let's see. Just again, look at my reference. It can help to do draw overs of your reference, which is what I have down here. Maybe I'll do a quick demo of what I typically do for draw overs, but we'll go with something like that. Now for the arms, I'll just do a quick pose of the arms. First, I figure out the angle that I want the hands to be. The basic arm angle here. I really want to push the depth in the pose here. That's another thing that tends to happen is a lot of people animate flat to camera, and this is something I always used to do when I first started out. But you can push that depth to the camera. Really push the amount that the character is going towards and away from camera. It just makes things more dynamic. So we'll go something like that. Now, as soon as I do this, the hands look dead and boring. They're not really fun to look at. I need to do 2 things to really help sell these hand poses. First, the clavicle. This needs to be in here. Too many people forget to use the clavicle control, and I was one of them. When I first started out, I would just go, it's not that important. The main thing is that the arm goes in a specific direction. No, that clavicle control, you cannot move your arms without it. You need to include that control in there. So this one here is going to raise up a little bit, kind of come back. I want it to feel like the chest is being used into the kick, and the arms are kind of throwing themselves back slightly using the clavicle. Just a little bit. Like so. Let's get the arm into place here. Now, one thing that people tend to forget is they'll put the rotation of the arm into place here, but then let's see, let me go on to the full camera here. So they'll rotate the arm forward, but they won't rotate the arm around like this. And the reason this is important, on this rig it's not a huge deal because her arms are very tubular, but if you look at my arm here, you'll notice that there's this bump right here. That there's a muscle right there. And depending on the angle of my arm, you can see that that's either flat or you've got this distinct shape here. And this is very important when you're posing out arms or even legs. Watch those shapes. For example, if an arm is flat with the palm up like this, you'll have the bump of the bicep here and then flat forearm. If you rotate it so that the hand is like this, now the bicep is pointing towards camera and you've got this muscle here creating a bump. So again, this isn't going to be super important for a lot of rigs because most rigs tend to have very cylindrical arms like her. You'll notice that there's really not that much distinction. But if I want to really get a specific silhouette, I can watch for that muscle tone in there. So we'll go with that. Let's add a little bit of elbow in there. Maybe something like that. And then get the hand in its basic position here. Let's go something like that. This hand here. Again, I really want to push that depth. That's one of the things I want to focus on this. Bend the arm here. Get that rotation so that I can get the bend where I want it to be. And then push the hand pose. So something like this. And now when I pose the hand out like this, you'll notice that it doesn't really look that good, does it? It kind of just looks like she's going, no. I'm not feeling any tension in this pose here. It's bland. It's just not interesting to look at. And one of the big reasons is the hand isn't posed. I've posed the wrist, but not the hand itself. So in order to really sell this, I need to make sure I pose that hand. And I'm actually going to do the head first, and then I'll come back to the hand so I can show the difference. I'll do another frame, and we'll kind of try to plus this pose that I already have here. So let's get the head angle in here first. So the head, one thing I want to make sure is that she's looking towards what she's doing. In this case, I could create a sphere here. Let's just kind of put that in place so we kind of see where the ball is going to be. Basically right there. Oh, Breakcore23, thank you so much for the follow. That's really appreciated. Thank you so much. So I'm going to, one thing I've noticed, this is another reason that I want to add props in. The angle of the foot feels off right now. So I want to make sure to push that. Now that I have that prop in there, I can really feel it. So there you go. Now let's select this and kind of just get in contact with the foot here. Now, I'm not going to really bother too much with the sphere. It's just going to be a basic prop, so that's fine. Okay, so the head pose. I want to push this shoulder up more, really get that dynamic angle. I'm trying to push that contrapposto in the shoulders, where the angle of the shoulders and the hips are really selling this pose. Now, let's have her kind of look towards what she's doing. So she's going to look down there. And right now you'll notice that the face is boring and lifeless. I need to pose out the face. This is something that when you're first starting out with animation, you don't tend to have to worry about too much because you're going to be working on pantomime rigs, so rigs that don't have facial expressions. But once you get into a rig like this, you will need to start really thinking about those facial poses and how the face works with the rest of the body. Now, what I mean by this is, if this was a pantomime pose and I didn't have any facial controls, this is not right. She's actually looking where the ball used to be. So I would need to rotate her to look there. Now she's looking towards the ball or where it's going to be. But I have to remember that I have facial controls. And that if I wanted to, I'm just going to do this very quickly here, I could turn those on and then take her eye controls and push them to follow the ball. Like that. Now, I'm going to have to refine the eyes much more later, but you can see, now I can use that head to add a little bit of drag to the motion, like so, really play with that line of action through the body, without it having to just look straight ahead and bland. So this is one of those areas where don't forget that you do have those extra controls. It can add a lot. So like that. Okay. So we've got the pose here and it's working okay. I'm feeling a little bit more momentum because I can feel that she's actually going screen right because of her balance here. I'm feeling a little bit more energy, but it's still feeling, it almost looks like she's just skipping through the park at this point. It doesn't feel like she's kicking with all of her might and all of her energy. So let's try to push this some more. And this is what I always do when I'm posing. I'll do a quick pass first. I'll just get the basics in here. Let me turn off these facial controls first. Don't need to have all of these turned on. I'm going to just quickly rough in the pose. And once I have that, let's make sure I select everything here. Okay, select the hands. Once I have that, then I'll go in and then keep pushing it. It's going to, by having everything kind of in place first, now I know where I need to push things. Another thing that can really help is doing draw overs. So for example, if I go to my grease pencil here, you can see where my pose used to be and just how much I've pushed it here. But let's do some quick draw overs here. Okay, so what do I need? Well, one, I need my hips to really flow a lot more to the body. I really want to push this line of action in the pose here. This feeling of movement where the hips are really leading the action here. I really want to push this line right in here. Right through that leg. One thing I would like to do is get a little bit more of, let's see, this, my tablet does not like to draw with a grease pencil tool. I really have to push down on this. But I really want to push this feeling of the shoulder coming up like so, and that real twist in the body here. I really want to sell that twist in the body. Let's see. Now for this leg, I really want to get that feeling of catching the kick mid-kick. So really push that kind of line through here. Like that. And then the head is going to have to be more this way to keep that flow going. So I can very quickly do some drawovers like this, and this helps to just plan things out instead of just fiddling with the pose all the time. The other thing I might do is I might bring the camera around this way a little bit, just to give a little bit more of a dynamic feel. Or I could just rotate the entire pose if I wanted to. So let's jump into that. So first, I want to see what happens if I just rotate this pose a little bit more. And the reason I'm doing this is to push that depth of the body again. So now we can see that we're looking kind of to the front of the hips, but the body has this really dynamic twist to it. We had that before here, but they kind of felt even. So to just kind of do a quick example of this, if I take 2 cubes here, the problem with the first pose was that, let's say we have the head, chest, and hips. The first pose, everything was lined up. It was boring. Now with this pose, what happened is I rotated them, but because of the camera angle, I'm getting this feeling. And let's lower this so we can see a little better. This feeling here where let's see. We've got this filled in here is the same size as this. And then on the other side, this is even to this. It's just mirrored. Again, it's boring. So what I can do is I can rotate the pose a little bit more. And even if I go like this, now we're getting something much more interesting. We're getting, let's erase all this here. We're getting this side here versus that, and then this versus that. That's a little bit more dynamic, more interesting to look at than when everything is just kind of turned evenly away from the camera. Which, if you look at this pose right now, that's what it feels like. The chest and the hips, they're just, it's as if the character was facing directly at camera and then you just rotated each part individually again, in line with that camera, versus the camera being moving around the character, if that makes sense. So by rotating my character here, and I could do, if this was a regular scene, I would do this with the camera, but since I want the camera to line up with my other poses, I'm just going to push the pose a little bit more. So I'm straightening the angle of the hips a little bit, but I'm pushing the angle of the chest by doing this. I'm also pushing that line of action so you can see the leg that's kicking, instead of just kind of going straight out and opposing the other leg, I'm getting this feeling that they flow together. That greater flow there. Now, I don't want to push it too far, because if I push it too far here, it's just going to be a little bland. But again, I want to push it further than I think I should. That's always a good kind of starting point. Let's push the body here. I want to push this more. really sell this feeling of twist in the body. Right in there. Try to get a nice clean line of action. Like so. This leg here, I want to make sure that I rotate it so that I get a nice silhouette on that foot. What was happening before was on this pose here, it was lining up straight to camera. So it wasn't reading well. I can also maybe use the toe break here and have it start coming up a little bit more off the toe. So you can see how a lot of it is back and forth. And this is something that when people first start posing characters like this, they don't do the back and forth because, well, it's tedious for one. But it's that misconception that if you have to go back and edit something, that you did it wrong in the first place. It's kind of that, and this applies to all sorts of things, not just animation, but that mentality of if I have to go back and redo something, or if I have to edit something that I've worked on before, it means that I failed in the first pass. And that's not a healthy mindset to begin with, for one. But it's not the case, especially with animation here. Animation is a flowing art form in the sense of you're going to be working on something and you're going to be going back and forth and back and forth, and something that you thought was totally finished and I'm 100% done on this, you'll end up having to rework it completely, even sometimes. And that's part of it. That there's nothing wrong with that. So don't be afraid of playing around and pushing things more and more. Now this shoulder here, I do want to use the clavicle and just kind of push it a little down and forward like so, just to get that flow working a little better. If I look at the body here, let's undo this, you can see how it doesn't feel like it's flowing as she's reaching forward. I really want to get that reach forward working a little better. And then this reach backward, same thing. Really push that. Now I don't want to push it too far because I do want to keep the silhouette of the shoulder in there. So we'll go with that. Let's look at it from the side here. Let's see. How do I want to twist the body here? I can either twist it this way to go with that line of action, but I kind of want to push it forward like so a little bit. Get that kick in there. So just to kind of quickly show what I'm talking about, let's pick a different pen here. So I could do a kick where the character is, let's see how to draw this here. They're pushing off the ground here, and then let's just push this to the extreme here, and they're kicking upwards like that. So just this really strong kick like so. Or I can do it the other way, where you've got the kick like that, and they're just really putting their all into it. So a little bit more like that. Or I could do the opposite where the legs come back here. So it's just two different varieties of the line of action and how it applies to the kicking leg. So I kind of want to push it forward like that. I think it'll be a little bit more dynamic. And let's go with that for now. Okay. So we've got that pushed a little bit more. We've got the body. We've got this arm needs to be moved out in silhouette a little bit more. I don't want to have it hidden in front of the body too much. Hey, Abenbix, thank you so much for the follow. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Let's see. So I don't want the hand to be lost in the silhouette here. So let's push it down a little bit more. Now the head. Right now the head is lining up with the body, pretty much. It's if I was just to straighten it a little bit, you'll see the head in line with the body. If I follow the nose straight down to the middle of the chest, just draw an imaginary line. So I want to push that. Now I don't want to push it so that it's lined up with the hips. I want it to be its own thing. So I get this nice twisting motion in the body. Figure out the line for the face. I don't want her to just look straight at camera. Either she should have the angle facing upwards, or in this case I want it to be facing downwards, like so. And now it's not lined up to the body. But because I've done this, I need to make sure I rotate the neck. The neck needs to be rotated with the body. A lot of when people start out, and I was the same way, I would not rotate the neck too much. I would just move the head because, well, that's what you see most of. The neck is just a small thing, especially on characters like this with huge heads and thin necks. But if you don't line that neck up with the body, you're just going to get a pose that does not flow properly. It's going to look like the character has broken their neck. Now I'm lowering the head here a little bit, just to kind of get that feeling of compression as her body is kind of like releasing this energy into the leg instead of out into the head. I don't want to go too far and make her a turtle, but just a little bit so that it's not stretched outwards. Hey, Biogrims, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Oh, Mr. BackFX. Oh, that's an awesome little emote there. Which one's that? Ninja High. That's awesome. Adorable. So let's see. I've got that in there. The head angle is pretty close. Let's just push that a little bit more. Like so. Now, with the leg here, I want to try and push the shape of the leg here. And I'm just going to try something. Let's switch this to world mode and bring that there. Yeah, I like that more. Now that back leg flows right through into that foot, instead of having that broken feeling. Hey, Mr. BackFX, thank you for following. Awesome. First, an awesome little emote and then a follow. Thank you so much. So just to kind of show the difference here, if I go back to that one and then this one, now you can see that leg, it just flows. I'm simplifying that line of action. Does the line of action always have to be simple? No. You can add some complexity to it. But in this case, I want this leg to just kind of flow into the background and not be a point of interest. Those are awesome little emotes. I love the colors in them. So, oh, hello. So, let's see. I need to push this leg back a little bit more. Or, let's see. I don't want to push it too far so that I'm losing the pose here. So let's bring it about there for now. So we've got that. One thing I can do is push this knee out just a little bit more. Just pushing that line of action into the leg there. Okay. So with that, I'm actually going to, let's see, Is it in here? Or in this control? Just to kind of simplify her here, I'm just going to switch her hairstyle to the short hairstyle. That way we don't have to worry about the overlap in the hair and having to pose all that out. Just keep it simpler. Okay. So, we've got the pose here. Now I can start getting into a little bit more of the polishy things. So this is when I would go to the hip control here. This is just the, oops, that's the leg. There you go. There's the hip control. This just controls the hip itself. I'll use this to push the pose a little bit more. And basically I want to just push that line of action in there. Get that hip feeling like it kicks. Oh, is she doing the Sasquatch walk? Right now I'm trying to get the feeling of hitting a football, but in motion. So just getting that feeling of kicking this, but not just kind of a straight kick. I want it to be more of a flow to it, so you can feel that she's moving across the field. So a little bit like that. Let's push the rotation in here a little bit more. And maybe let's push it just a little bit forward here. Now, you'll notice that her spine is broken at the moment. That looks very painful from certain angles, but right now I'm interested in this shot camera here. Now, this leg is just a little too far in now. Let's bring this back. And again, it's the back and forth. Don't be afraid of the back and forth. That is not a problem. There's always going to be back and forth when you're posing something out. Okay. So now I can... this is where a lot of people will leave it off. Where they'll just pose out the character and get the body in place, but then they don't do the head or the hands. And this is where a lot of it, you could plus it so much more. So for example, let's do this hand here first. This is right towards camera. And one thing that can be helpful when you're posing out hands is, let's see if I'll be able to do this. I'm going to do a 3-panel layout. So let's do layouts, 3 panes. Let's do split left, like so. And we've got our shot cam up there. Let's do another shot cam here. And I'll just turn off all the selection highlighting and all of that good stuff. Don't need to see that from the shot camera. Okay, polygons. There you go. And let's get rid of these cubes here. Don't need to see them. Okay, good. So I'm posing out this hand here. And from the shot camera, I want to be able to see what I'm actually doing. Because the shot camera is the most important camera when you're animating. The perspective camera, I can rotate this all I want, but as you can see, the pose doesn't look good from certain angles. Like this pose here, it's not bad, it's not terrible, but it's not great. So I want to make sure that my hand pose looks great from this angle here. Oh, let's see, I'm new to 3D animation Maya. For some reason my character disappears when I play the animation. It's hard to animate the character when you can't see how it looks. Let's see, if it's disappearing, what version of Maya are you using? Are you using 2017 or 16? Or actually possibly even 18? Because if that's happening, what it might be is if you go under show, you could have play blast display right here, and if it's set to override the viewport, maybe it's turning something off in here. That could be the issue. Another thing that it could be is if this button right here, if you have display layers turned on, and if you turn off the P icon here, so you have visibility, this is play blast. Right now, my character is in a layer right here. If this P was disabled, when I play blast, this layer is going to turn off when I play blast. So I need to make sure that's turned on. Oh, that's another good point. The character could be walking through the camera. So if you're animating from an orthographic view, so let's switch this to an orthographic front view. Nope. Where's the character? There it is. So you can see there's my character. Well, if I was to animate her and start moving her forward, there will reach a point where she disappears. Even though she's right there, you can see there it is. So she's disappearing, and what's happening is if I select my camera, well, that's where the camera is. So if I push her past this point, she's going to be behind the camera, not in front of it. So if that's the case, all you need to do is select your orthographic camera and just move it as far back as you can. And then that'll solve that issue. Let's see, translate Z. So those would be my first 3 recommendations to check out. Make sure that the show PlayBlast display isn't overriding. Make sure that the PlayBlast button is turned on if you have display layers right down here. And double check that your character isn't passing through the camera. Or passing past the camera. Okay. So, going back to the hand here. The big thing I want to do is, like I was saying, I want to see this hand from the shot camera. But the shot camera is so far away right now that I can't really see what's happening on the hand. If ever you run into a situation like this, you can use 2D pan and zoom. Now what that does is it basically allows you to zoom in on the camera without affecting the perspective of the shot. So for example, right here, let's duplicate this camera here. So oops, let's undo that. Panels, shot cam, and then I'm going to do panel, and let's see, where was it? Or sorry, camera, create camera from view. Basically what that allows me to do is duplicate a camera and get the exact position. So if I wanted to zoom in on this hand here, you'll see that if I just zoom in, I'm changing the perspective of my scene. All of a sudden, from the edge of the body here to the palm, there's a much wider gap than right here in my original view. So I can't just zoom in, but I want to see those details. This is where 2D pan and zoom comes in. If I use 2D pan and zoom, which I can do by hitting the, it's the straight bracket or back slash key. It should be right near the enter key. I hold that down and then pan or zoom in my view, you'll notice that it's just zooming it in as if it's a 2D image. So you can see just the difference here. I can zoom in, zoom out, and I am keeping the exact framing that I had before without having to like figure out things or like just squint at my screen, which, yeah, when I learned this, it was a game changer. It makes things that getting all that fine detail, especially facial animation or hand animation, or if you've got a little pop or a wiggle in a certain part of your animation, you can zoom in on it, refine it, and you're good. So yeah, it's that key right there. And you just hold it down and then right click or middle mouse drag. Right mouse drag or middle mouse drag to zoom in or pan around. So if you want to turn it back on and off, just tap that key and it'll go right back to your framed up view. I want to go back to the hand, tap it again, it'll go back to your last position. So now I can go, okay, zoom in. Okay, how does it look from a distance? Okay, good. Go back in, keep refining it. And if I want to adjust it, just hold that key down and middle mouse or right mouse drag. Like that. Okay, so let's pose this hand out. So when I pose this hand out, I want to get a nice clean silhouette for the hand. I want to make sure that this hand is flowing correctly with the arm here. And I just want to make it much more interesting. Now, when I'm posing the hands out, the nice thing is we have our own hands. Just put your hand out, pose it out, and observe what's happening in your hand. Now, one thing I'm noticing that when I do this, I'm going to just rotate the palm a little bit more, is there's a little bit of a cup to the hand. Now, this, if you select this control, and all rigs are different, so keep in mind that the specifics for these rigs, it will depend on what you're using, but the general premise is the same. What I'm noticing is when I do this, there's a curve to my hand. And I can adjust this by using this master cup control, this control right here. The hand is not just a flat piece of palm with the fingers sticking out. Oh, cool, nice. So I'm glad it was solved. Yeah, that P control is annoying, especially if you use previous versions of Maya, because this came in with Maya 2017. So a lot of people, when they switched over, didn't realize this was a thing, so they just turn it off because it doesn't do anything. I turn it on and off, and it's not doing anything in the viewport. And then, what's the P? If you're using Maya 2017, the display layers has this additional P button, which is the Play Blast display. If I turn this off, anything within that layer will be turned off when I do a Play Blast. And did I just get a subscriber? Mr. BackFX, you are officially the very first subscriber to this channel. Thank you so much. That is, like, I can't thank you. It's beyond words. I have to think. I don't want to stammer on this. That is amazing. Thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. That is amazing. Thank you. I never thought I'd get a subscriber. It was never even something I'd thought of, and this is like, wow. Oh, it's beyond words. My brain right now is like, I'm trying to think of something nice to say, but I can't say it. It's just amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, sub hype. Yes. Now I'm gonna have to switch up and have like the latest subscribers. How do you subscribe? I think it's at the top. There's a little heart icon or something. Let's see. Can I set this up super quick here? Because this off or give credit. Oh no. Let's see. You need 5 minutes to control your emotions. Yeah, exactly. I have to admit, I'm not very good at talking in person or when something happens. If I have time to come up with a lecture or just talk on my own, I'm pretty good. But if ever anyone has met me in person, you'll know that I get tongue-tied very easily. It's something I still need to work on. You broke, Bo. Yes, exactly. I am broken with happiness. That is awesome. Thank you so much. I just want to set this up super quick here because I want to give credit to you for following. For subscribing. Let's see. I think I can do this here super quick. Right there. And let's save that. Hey, it worked! Aha! There you go. Thank you so much again. That was amazing. So I have to go back. Go back in my train of thought there. Never easy to react for a person subscribing. Yeah, it's... Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I have a lot of fun doing these streams. These streams are a way like I get to hang out with a bunch of people and just animate and have fun. Where I am right now, I live way out in the country. There's not too many animators or like creative types around here. So by doing this, it's like sitting in a room with a bunch of people and just chatting about fun stuff and animation, and it's just all that good stuff. And there's my cat. He's waking up right there. For anyone who's new to the stream, you'll probably hear him at some point. He's 19 years old and very cranky at times, and a little bit deaf. So he'll start yelling. So, oh, hello. Now he's just staring at me. So what are your animation tools? Right now I'm using Maya 2017. Professionally, I tend to actually use Maya 2015 when I'm working like at a studio or freelance or something like that. But in these streams, I like to use 2017 because it's newer and I like to test out new programs. I just like to have fun with all the new features and stuff. So, oh, that's a cute emote as well. Oh, I meant the shelf. Oh, sorry. This is the Animation Mentor tools. So Animation Mentor is the Animation Mentor school. And these tools are the tools that work with their rigs. So for example, here's the GUI pickers for all the different rigs here. And that's this one here, GUI picker. You have pose masters and all sorts of things like that. The basic tools, other than the very rig specific ones, are similar to if you've ever used A-Tools. It's similar to that. So the main things I'm using is the GUI picker and the pose master once in a while. But I actually don't use too many shelf tools. That's my personal workflow. Sometimes I'll create my own shelf tools. He's looking so pissed. Yes, he gets, like I said, he's very cranky at times, and he doesn't like it. Even he's deaf, but as soon as we start talking, my brother and I on camera, he runs up and just starts yelling at us to be picked up. But he's somewhat happy right now. Hello. So going back to the hand here, I want to make sure I add a little bit of cup to the hand. And this is a control that you don't need it. Is he still scratching his nose? Yeah, like I said, he's 19 years old, and I don't know how clearly it's coming across, but you can see on his nose there's a little scratch. There's a little red mark right there. He's kept cutting his nose on all sorts of things since he was like 6, something like that, and it'll heal up, it'll be all fine, and then like a week later he's got a big cut on there and it's bleeding again. I don't know what he does. He must just like scratching his nose to the point where it goes, like he just keeps rubbing it too much and it just cut a little cut and then it just bleeds. And but he's always got that little cut on his nose there. It doesn't hurt him at all, but it's just, it always happens. And it'll be gone for a week or two, and it's like, oh, finally it's cured. And then again it's right there and it's like, what did you do? Let's see, is it hard to make your own rig in Maya? In Maya 2017 it's easier. Rigging in general is difficult, just because there's so many things that you have to worry about. But Maya 2017 added the human IK rigging system here, which makes creating the basic rig much easier. Now there are all sorts of rigging tools that you can get. There's this one is human IK. There's I think it's biped. I think that one's for 3ds Max. There's all sorts of ones you can get. Yeah, there's another auto rigger. I forget what it's called, but it was pretty good. But if you just do a search, there's a bunch of different things you can use. Now, I was practicing with the human IK because it just came in with my 2017 and I wanted to see how good it was. And it was actually pretty good. You can get a very quick basic rig where you've got all the joints and all the proportions set correctly. pretty quickly. The tedious part is doing all the skin weights, basically making it so that if you raise the arm, it's not dragging anything like from the chest along with the arm, and making sure that only, or you'll see this a lot with areas where the skin is close, like hands. If I'm flexing one finger, I don't want it to pull the skin off of the other finger next to it, so you have to paint the weight for each joint. That can get tedious. And then when it comes to adding blend shapes or things like that, that can be very... Oh, Advanced Skeleton, that was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, so check the link that Lewis sent there. And there's going to be pros and cons to all of them, but at least it makes creating the base rig simple. That way you can focus on the more advanced features instead of having to deal with all the, like, starting from scratch all the time. So with the hands here, just kind of to quickly cover the Master Cup here, this is a control that a lot of people forget about when they're posing a hand, because it's not really intuitive. When we look at our hands, we see our fingers, and we assume that, yeah, that's the majority of the motion. But when we move our fingers, you can cup. So if you go like this, look at the top of your hand right there, and you'll notice that by flexing your hand, you can curl that in. And by pushing that in our animation, we get a hand pose that's much more interesting, with just a tiny little tweak. So with that, I've got that pose in, and let's pose this out. Now, I usually will pose out my hand, just kind of get the general pose that I want, and then I just break down the angle of each joint for each finger. So if I go like this, well, the index finger, I'll just start with that one, goes up, and then the joints curl in this nice clean arc here. And one thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch this view back to the shot cam. Oh, it looks like I can't have. Okay, so I'm going to take this view. Let's go to create camera from view, and then that way I can see a far view and the close view all together. I'm using rig at the moment, but there's so much stuff on it. Yeah, rigs are a huge, there's just so much to them. It can be so daunting at first. I want to push the line of action of this finger here. Like, even in a finger, I want to push those lines of action. Let's see. Do you think there will be many jobs in the future? It goes in flows. So, for example, a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, animation jobs were really rare, in the sense of there were a lot of people looking for jobs and not enough jobs to fit them. But just this year, there's a lot more jobs. And I know that certain companies hired like 200 animators, just 200 animators into their studio. It really just depends on the cycle that you're going through. Because if you think about it, films are, especially films, games, they are multi-year projects. It's not just like a 2-week job and then you move on to the next thing. You could be on a film or video game for multiple years. And when those projects are going, sometimes the industry will overlap. So what I mean by this is you'll have most of the major studios, and even the small ones, they'll all start working on a project. All start working on a project pretty much at the same time, which means that they'll hire a bunch of animators. That's great. Everyone's hiring animators. But then they're going to be working on that project for 2 years. And they're not going to need more animators until they're pretty much close to the end, and they need to get extra animators for crunch time. Well, in that 2-year period, there weren't that many animators hired because everyone was busy or something like that. But then as soon as they finish and start on a new project or make newer projects, multiple projects, suddenly influx of hiring again. So it just goes in waves and it kind of moves around in places. Unfortunately, animation is one of those industries where you're not going to be working in the same place for 40 years. You're going to be moving from studio to studio. It's very rare for those people who just get a job at one place and stay there. But there are jobs, and especially if you consider just how much stuff requires animation, not just movies and film games, but video. I already said video games. Commercials. Most commercials have animation. Even things like mechanical diagrams. So for presentations at a car company, where they have to present how a car is being made, that takes animation. Medical animation. There's a ton of jobs in medical animation, animating things for medical conventions or for doctors and things like that. Animation is everywhere. And if you open yourself up to those other opportunities and don't just go movies or video games, or I've seen people go just movies, you're going to have a much better job. And just because you're working on like a mechanical animation for a car company doesn't mean you can't get into movies later. It's not going to stop you, but at least it gets some money in the meantime and gets you to survive until you do get that movie job, instead of having to work in retail or in something that you're not really interested in. So there is no absolute answer to that, because it does change. There will be very little jobs, and then there's going to be a ton of jobs, and it'll just change and flow like that. And let's see, Mr. BackFX, yeah, that rig looks complex. So just for anyone who's interested, here's the rig that Mr. BackFX was looking at. And this is very common with a lot of rigs. Right now, it looks super complicated. And the reason for this is that it's got all the extra controls turned on. And this is something that, if you take a look at, there's a video that I had recorded from one of my past streams, where I talk about setting up a rig before animating on it. Let's see, can I find that video? I think it's like setting up the Raptor or something like that. I'm trying to find the link to it here. But in there, I have basically the steps I take before I start into an animation. And videos. I forget the video manager. Forget where this is. Okay. Yeah, here it is. So it's the beginnings of a Raptor. Let me get you the link to this. In there, I talk about how I simplify a rig. Now, I'll just cover this very quickly here, but with rigs, when you're working on them, there are a lot of hidden controls. So, for example, this rig right now looks pretty simple. There's not too many controls. However, if I start turning on all the extra controls here, so for example, even just on the leg here, I can turn on the bend bow controls and the toe controls and the hip controls. Look at how much more complex that is. If I take the face here and let's add the facial and the hair and the gimbal, all of those controls. So when you're working with a rig, it can be very daunting at first because, oh, look at all those controls. It's a pain. Just turn off the ones you don't need. Now, you mentioned you're using Maya 2017. There is a bug with Maya 2017 that you have to be careful of. and that is, let me open up a new version of Maya 2017 just to show, because I don't want to lose this file here. But it's very specific to certain rigs when you open them. And it's going to make animation a nightmare at first, because especially if you're not used to it and you don't know what's going wrong, you're going to open a rig and it's just going to be like, nope, I'm done. Just I'm good. Bye. And there you go. So it's open here. If I were to open a rig, it would be fine. But if I import or reference in a rig, which is when you're working with animation, you usually want to reference in a rig. So let's reference in the rig I've been working on, Aya. So let's open it up here. Aya. There you go. So I'm going to reference her into my scene here. And I just realized Maya might crash on me. We'll see. With Maya 2017, for some reason, if I don't load certain plugins in before opening some rigs, it'll crash. Oh, no, there you go. So this is Aya when I first open her up. There's just a few controls on here. Not too many. Imagine opening up a rig and just seeing all of this. This is a nightmare. What the heck do I pick first in order to even start animating? And I'm guessing this is what you might be running into, where you're referencing or importing the rig in and you see everything, all the controls. And basically what Maya is doing is in Maya 2017, if you import or reference a rig, sometimes it will show you every single control, even if they're hidden. A lot of these controls shouldn't be visible right now. They should be hidden. And for some reason, Maya is just going, okay, everything's visible for no reason. So all you need to do is go to File, save the scene. Then, so I'll just save my scene here. Let's go to the desktop. I'll just do it as a test. Save my scene. File, new scene, just to clear it out, and then File, and let's open up the scene I just had open. So nothing's changed. I just saved it and I'm reopening it. And take a little long to open it up here. Well, that's much better. That is way more approachable than what it was before. And basically it's just basically, I don't know what exactly is causing it, but when you first import or reference a rig, sometimes all the controls will be visible. Save your scene, reopen it. It's fine. It's how it should be. And this happened with all of these rigs as well. So if I open this up, I've got a bunch of rigs in my scene here. Every single one of them, it had the same issue. I saved my scene, reopened it, they all show up fine. So I'm guessing that's probably what you're running into, because that image that you showed, let me reopen it here. Usually a lot of these controls, especially the ones on the arms here, these are called Benbows. Usually you don't see those unless you turn them on, because they're not, and I'm going to kind of get into Benbows in a little bit, but Benbows are not controls that you usually animate with at first. They're polished controls that you use at the very end of your animation, or at the end of your posing. So that would be my guess here. If not, just try to find the visibility controls, or you can add all the controls that you don't need to use into a display layer and hide it. That helps to simplify a rig. Okay, so going back to the hand here, again, I'm just doing a hand pose, and this is something I do on every shot that I work on. Well, almost every shot. If I need to create a hand pose and I'm not sure what I want to do, I'll just pose out my hand. I'll do the same pose that I have here and see what angle my fingers are at. Are smears done in blocking stage? You can do them in the blocking stage. It really depends on your workflow. I've used smears in the blocking, or more often it's in the refining phase or blocking plus, because in the initial blocking stage, unless, well, a lot of times my initial blocking phase, I try to keep the poses as minimal as possible. I try to sell the scene in 8 to 12 poses. If I can sell my scene with that few poses, I know that I'm not overcomplicating things, and I know that my idea is clear. Once I have that in, then I'll start moving on to blocking plus, which is where I start adding in more of the in-betweens, more of the kind of how they get from point A to point B. So when exactly I add those smears, it really depends on if that smear is essential to the story, or if it's just an in-between, the transition. It really depends. So yeah, no concrete answer there, unfortunately. And that's the thing with animation, is a lot of the things I'm showing here, it might change on one shot versus another. I don't always use the same workflow, and it's just because every scene is different. Every scene is going to be a little bit, it's going to be unique to itself. Okay, so the next finger here, I also want to get a nice line of action through it. Nice flow, but I'm going to bring it down a little bit and separate it out. One thing I wanted to avoid is when all the fingers are evenly spaced. I want to have variation. So maybe two fingers are closer, maybe it's like that, maybe it's like that. Have variation in the distance between the fingers. It's going to be way more interesting. So something like that. Again, I want to create the feeling that the hand is like moving downwards, so I'm going to add just a little bit of drag to the fingers and have them curl in. Now, another thing to keep in mind is don't be afraid of rotating the fingers in like this as well. If you actually pay attention to your hand, you'll notice that there is a little bit of rotation there. It's not like a conscious rotation, but it's just a anatomical rotation where the bones will shift slightly depending on your hand pose. So just try not to forget that. And also keep in mind that when you curl your fingers in, with the pinky, if I was to bring it out, I could kind of bring it out this way, for example, like that. But if I was to curl it in, then the pinky, just like here, has to curl inwards. You don't want to have it go out like that. That looks weird. It looks broken, as you can see. Oh, it's getting late here and I will go to sleep. Is there another Twitch before New Year? Let's see. We are the 17th. I think I'm doing one tomorrow and then on the 21st. And then after that, I'm going to be gone for the holidays. Until the... I might be back on the 1st. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to check my schedule because that's when the new term opens. So I might be teaching classes and stuff. But yeah, there's going to be one on the 18th tomorrow and then on the 21st. And then holiday break. And I'm glad it was interesting. I really enjoy doing things like this. Just getting to chat about these kinds of things and just play around with posing out a character like this. It's fun for me. So let's kind of bring this pinky in a little bit. I'm pushing the pinky a little bit shape-wise, just because I want it to be a little bit more of a contrast. Now I've pushed it a little too much there. Maybe a little bit more like that, like that. Let's see. Finding that happy middle ground. Now, one thing I do want to do is bring it a little closer. Let's see. Something isn't... I'm not liking the overlap that I'm getting here in the hand. And what I mean by the overlap is how the fingers kind of overlap over top of each other. So I'm just going to try and push the rotation of the hand. Try and get that. Right now, every finger just feels separate from each other. Oh, are you using Motion Builder? I'm using my 2017, and the rigs I'm using are from Animation Mentor. They're not public rigs, they're school rigs, so unfortunately most people won't have access to them. But there you go. That's getting what I want. So with hand poses, don't forget you can adjust the finger bones as well. So like this, I'm just bring that hand in a little bit more. I want to get this pinky to flow a little bit more with the hand. Now I have to be very careful with this because it is a polishing control, and if I push it too much, I'm just going to distort the hand. And let's push this finger down a little bit. Try to get a nice rotation in here. And try to get the fingers to have a varied spacing. And sometimes it just takes a little bit of finesse, but we'll go with that for now. Just try to keep it a little simpler. I'm going to bring this finger back just a little bit here and rotate it. I'm trying to get this nice flow in, even in the fingertips. Looking at the fingertips and trying to get a nice flow in the curve there. And from a distance, it's looking okay. I might take the wrist here. Just looking at the whole pose, might bring the hand over this way. Like that. And I might take the whole arm and just kind of move it out. I want to get that hand nice and clear in silhouette. Now the thumb is a one of the things that you can really push quite a bit, and it's going to change how your pose works. So I'm going to push the thumb out like so. Let's push it. Oops. Make sure I have the right joint there. Push it out there so it's visible, and curl it up. And let's rotate it. Now I'm looking at the inside of the palm here, so this line right there, and I'm using this rotation to kind of get a nice clean shape there. I don't want to push it too far because, again, you want to watch out for distorting the hand. That can be very easily overdone. But push it like that, and then use this joint a little bit to get the angle of the thumb. More like that. And I'm going to just push this a little bit like so to get a line of action there. And then push this so I can see that thumb in silhouette there. Try to get it to still be dynamic. Let me reset this thumb control. I don't like the way the pad of the thumb is kind of distorting there. Something like that. Let's reset this one. This is something I'll do often, is if I get a finger pose and it's just not quite working, reset it. There's no problem with that. Again, it falls under the whole, don't be afraid to reset things. Don't be afraid to go, that didn't work. Let's try it another way. Because that's going to help get you much better results than going, ugh, it's not working. I'm just going to leave it the way it was, or I quit. A lot of animation is doing it over and over and over again. And that might seem tedious, but it's art. It's just that thing of, to get it to work, you have to just keep doing it. It takes practice. I was looking at the line of the palm here, where the fingers connect, and they were kind of feeling flat, so I want to push that a little bit more. So push that down just a little bit. Okay. Let's see. The arm is feeling a little odd. See how the bend of the arm isn't really working right now? This is something that I'll be able to change in just a little bit. So don't worry about it right now. Not, at this moment, the arm looks really broken. That's fine, actually. So we'll get that hand like that. Let's do the other hand. So again, pan and scan. You can see how if I wasn't panning, it would be very difficult to really clean up that hand back there. But with the 2D pan and scan, I can very easily get a nice view of this hand here. Look at my reference and try to push it a little bit more. Make sure the wrist isn't flat. Okay. Let's start with the thumb this time. Thumb will rotate down. Okay, like so. Oh, I'm going to bed as well. Cool. Thank you so much for following and subscribing. Again, that really means a lot that you would do that. And thank you so much for hanging out in the stream. It was really awesome to have you in here. Let's see. So I want to get the angle of the thumb in place here. Try to make it so it's not flat. Let's rotate this right here as well. And then the fingers. Push that line, that flow in the fingers here. Something like that. And then this one. A little bit more like that. Let's move it over just a tad and then get the other finger here in place. And just rotate it so we can just see it here. And as I'm posing the hand out, I do want to make sure that I'm posing it out from all angles. This is something that if you don't pose something out from all angles, it's not the end of the world. It's not super important, but especially if you want to work in video games or something like that, you kind of need to work in all angles. So I just like to work in that as a start, no matter what I do. And then if I need to push it a little bit more from my shot camera, then that's no problem. And even though we can't see this finger, I will pose it out, because you never know. So you can see how the posing was super simple for the hand. Now, this feels broken for some reason, but that's fine. It's just very basic posing, but it makes a difference in the pose here. So you can see how the fingers are just a little bit more dynamic. I think I can push it on the front hand here. Just push that line of action in the hand a little bit more. Something like that. Okay. So with that, we've got the hands posed out. Let's see. Kind of want to push the body a little bit more. Which way do I want to push it? Right now, when I'm looking at the waist here, it's just not feeling quite right. And of course it is because she's twisting so much. But I still want to make sure that that reads properly. That's a little better. Looking at the line through the body from all angles, trying to make sure that it's reading properly. So, get that nice flow in there. And there you go. So with that, that gets the hands and most of the body in place. Now, let me simplify my view here. So I'm going to switch the layout back to a 2 panes side by side. And let's turn off my framing. That way we get a little closer there. So there you go. I'm going to actually move this arm just a little bit further out here, just to get a little bit more of a silhouette in it. Something like that. And make sure that the clavicle flows properly with it. Okay, so let's see. So with that, let's add a little rotation to this ankle here. So with that, I am pretty close to just calling it. I could do the face, of course, and I'll probably do that in just a little bit here. But one thing I do want to do is I want to add bend bows to this. Now, bend bows, we kind of covered a little bit earlier. And what they allow us to do is they allow us to refine an arm or a leg or any part of the body. So for example, this arm here. By default, you can see how we're not getting a really nice shape to this arm, especially in the wrist here. It looks broken. Well, this is where bend bows come in. Bend bows will help us to push the line of action in something or to reshape it so that we get a nice clean shape to it. So for example here, I can take this arm and let's just push that curve right there. Now I don't want to push it too far or else the arms will just look like spaghetti. But for example, let's just kind of push this a little bit here. I can push this upper arm a little bit more like that and push that flow through the pose there. Maybe pull it just a little bit this way. Like that. And it's just going to add a tiny bit of more flow in the arm right there. Same with this back arm here. I'll turn on bend bows. And I kind of want to add a flow straight up into this. So let's move that there. Move that. And it's just kind of a flowing process, I guess you could say, of just tweaking, and I'm basically thinking of the curve I want to create. And this isn't to say I want to basically make the arm into a very bland curve. I'm doing this with the intention of just pushing those lines of action. Something like that. And it's not going to make a huge difference, but it can really add a lot to a pose. So here I'm going to actually turn on the toe controls. And what that'll allow me to do, let's see if it's going to actually affect here, or, okay, never mind. Hee toes. Okay. What I'm trying to do is see if I can get a little bit more of a bend in the toes here to get that push off feeling, but it doesn't look like it. So let me undo that. Let's turn off the toe controls and turn on the bend bows. Okay, so for this leg I want to push the line of action from the side here. Really just push that feeling of curve in that leg there. So it flows right from the hips into the leg. And then maybe push this side here. Oh, something feels off about how the arms are placed right now. At least to me, it doesn't seem natural. Let's see. That could be. And this is the problem with taking poses in motion. Sometimes they're not going to look right. And we could go, well, it's in motion, it's fine. But we can also try to make them work a little bit better. That's the beauty of animation or any type of drawing, is we can always try to push it to be, for lack of a better term, better than real life. So let's see, what's off with the arms here? Now that you mention it, I can feel it. It feels off. Now, one thing that kind of feels off to me, and this is with the rig, is the hands feel a little too small. So I'll just take the hands and make them a little bit bigger. And this is something I'll do with quite a few rigs, because by default, when you're working with a rig, the hand size, if you put your hand to your hand should either be the size of your face or at least to the eyebrows-ish. That is general sizing for hand proportions to the head. Now, the thing with rigs like these are, when you're playing with a cartoony rig, usually a cartoony rig will have a very big head. That's what makes them feel very cartoony and appealing a lot of the time. But what that means is, if I take this hand here, let's fix that elbow, and put it to her face, like so, and line it up to the bottom of her chin, it just barely reaches her eyebrows, and that's really pushing it. If I was to lower it actually to the same height there, about there, you can see that her hand, it feels very small in comparison to her face. So you can scale it up. Now, you don't want to scale it up huge like that, but even just something like that, that feels a little bit more natural to her face. Now, in comparison to the arm, it's a little too big, so You have to kind of find that middle ground where it's appealing to the size of the face, but not so much that it's like the same proportion as the upper arm there. Now, to me, the hips and legs give the shot a lot of power, but the arms are not matching. Okay, let's see. What can we do to match that amount of power? Let's see. I could push the arm up like so. Let's see. That would help add another line of action to the body. So if I was to raise the arm like this, that would add power. It would add a line of action, a stronger line of action from one arm to the next, which adds more power. Lines of action, the stronger they are, the straighter they are, the more power there is. But then if I was to animate this, I'm actually running into a problem where the mechanics might not work. Because this is mid-kick, her arms are coming down so that basically she's kicking and her arms are about to switch over. So if I have it too high up here, I would end up with an animation pop. Now this is just a still pose, so does that matter? Not really. What's more important is that we get this pose to work. But if this was an animation, we'd want to also think of that process as well. So how to get more power in this pose here? Foreshortening it can help a little bit. It just helps avoid it being flat. But too much and then it just looks very flat. So let's see. How to get more power in here. Let's see if we can push the clavicle a little bit. Push it up higher. Really feel that shoulder in there. Maybe I can twist the body just a tad more. Let's see. That's feeling a little better. I still feel what you're feeling though. It's the arms feel like she's just kind of not floating, but they feel light in comparison to the rest of the body. Now, I could change the pose completely and like have her maybe like put a fist instead of just a flat palm, and that would add a lot of power, add a lot of tension. Let's see. What could I do? Let's see. I'm gonna just adjust the head angle a little bit. Try to get that to go into the power a little bit more as well. Let's see. What could it be? I'm just gonna finish this leg here before I forget. So take this ankle here. Try to create this flow into that ankle. Now, don't want to go too far again. I don't want to it to feel like it's a rubber hose animation. But I can push it to be a lot more dynamic than the typical pose without the bend bows. And then for the other leg, let's see, how do I want to bend this? I have a couple of choices. The first is that I bend it to go around with the kick, so that it feels like the foot is leading and into the kick. But the problem with that is that foot doesn't really lead in the kick, it's the leg. And I want to get that feeling of almost like a smear, where the leg is kind of angling this way. Now I have to be very careful with this, because if I push this too far, I will break the leg. But something like this, a little bit more. Now, again, it's always good to try and push it a little further than you think, and then bring it back. So this is going to look a little bit weird at first. Something like that. Now let's tone it down. Let's see. Make sure it's not too broken from the other sides there. And if I was to bring it down this way a little bit more. Try to get that feeling of the calf muscle in there. Because the curve of the bones, you get this nice S curve in the legs. So I can use the bend bows to push that a little bit more. And let's push this. The toes aren't just flat. Okay. So we've got something like that. I can use this control back here to push the curve of the spine if I wanted to. So if I just wanted to push this line ever so slightly. I tend to try and avoid using this too much if I can, just because it can very quickly lead to broken spines. But just since we're using all the controls here, I want to just play around with it ever so slightly. And let's see, is it actually helping? It's debatable. I'll just leave it alone for now. Okay. So the body is still feeling weak. Let's push the shoulders back a little bit. Make sure I'm not bending the ribs in the wrong spot there. Maybe something more like that. Push this down a little bit. At this point, it is a lot of just nitpicking. And this is where it gets a little tedious at times. Because it is just a lot of going through. Is this right? Not quite. Is that a little better? Not quite. Let's see. I'm going to try to push the line in the arm here. See if that helps. Too much. Straighten that out. Something like that. Ooh. That's better. Just try to get that nice curve in the arm there. A more stylized shape. Okay. So for now, I think I'm just going to call it for the arms and legs right now. It's something still bothering me about the legs, or sorry, the arms now that you mentioned it. But I'm going to kind of try to clear my mind away from it and instead focus on the face. Just to kind of take a break from it. And to make it a little simpler, to get my mind off things, let's just move the camera here so we can just see the face. So even when just I'm looking at the head, I'm not feeling that motion in the body. So let's push that a little bit more here. Push that. There you go. Okay. So first off, facial controls, turn those on. And the first controls that I want to adjust are the eyes. Make sure that she's looking where she needs to be. And I'm going to make sure that if I rotate the head, okay, I want those eye controls to stay alone. So I'm going to turn, let's see. I guess I'll just have to turn off the follow line like that, and then let's see. Get that eye to stay still. Follow line will make sure that, there you go. So by turning follow line on, like so, now I can position this where I want it to be. So let's just kind of have her look at the ball for now. And then that's going to be too low. So now let's adjust it to be maybe something like that. Now you'll notice she's a little cross-eyed right now. This is very common with a lot of rigs that have wide eyes like this. The way I typically pose these out is I'll move the main control first. I'll just look at one eye, get it into the position I want it to be, and then I'll position the other eye in order to get the focus right. Okay, so for a start, we'll go with that for a start. Oops. And let's come in here. Okay, now that I'm a little closer, let's see if I can refine these a little bit more. I'm just looking at the white around the eyes, just trying to determine how the eyes are lining up. Okay. So for her expression, I'm not exactly sure what kind of expression she should have. But one thing I do know is that the eyelids will need to come down. Just to the top of the irises there. And by default, her eyes are this kind of almond shaped. I want to change that. I'm just going to rotate this a little bit. Get her to be a little bit more focused. Okay. I'm not sure if she should have a concentrated face or more of a happy, kind of just playing sports and enjoying it. Let's go with I'm thinking maybe like a tense face. She's really putting her all into this kick kind of thing. So we'll kind of stick with that for now. Let's offset the eyes just a little bit. The brows. Push that scrunch in the face there. The lips are going to be tight, so let's see. bring that in. And yeah, the all or nothing look, exactly. And then I can move the mouth over as well, kind of move it up a little bit. Now the thing with posing faces is it's a process. It's a process that a lot of people don't fully go through. And what I mean by this is a lot of people, when they first start out especially, when you don't have the experience, and again, I went through this when I was posing out faces. You move the brows, you move the mouth, get the eye positions done, and there you go, I've got a tense face. Yay. But it's not alive. It's not, she doesn't feel like she's really in the moment. And a lot of that comes from the details, the little things. The face has a line of action, just like the body. The face has details that you can add in to really add more to the character. And it's so much more than just tweaking the eyebrows, eyelids, basic mouth position, and you're done. So let's just go through this. And this is something I did a couple of weeks ago, and I think that's all recorded. But basically, I want to make sure that I'm pushing the line of action in the face. I'm pushing, for example, the mouth here. The line of action in the face, I want it to open up towards where she's kicking. So let's rotate this mouth here like that. Kind of bring it down like so. Now it's going to be very odd looking until I actually come in and sculpt this, especially since the lips just look all pursed like that. Another thing I can do before I go too far is adjust the eye size, especially on the iris and the pupils. By default, they're very big, which tend to lead to a very like cute look. Well, I can just shrink them down, not too much. I don't want her to look crazy, but I can just bring it down a little bit to make her look a little bit more determined. Again, not too much. Okay. So let's work on the eyes here. With the eyes, let's see. I'm just getting my face GUI picker here in place so I can have that while I work. And the eyes, the big thing I need to do is shape the eyelid so that it feels like it's going around the lens of the eye. I can move the corner of the eye here up a bit just to get a cleaner shape there. Let's bring the lower lid down a little bit. Again, push the eyelid so that it goes around the lens. Oops, wrong control there. This one. Bring this corner maybe up there. Now, one thing that will really help with eyes is if I adjust the skin above the eye, not the eyelid itself, but this skin right here. This is what's going to help add that extra life to the character. Without it, if you just leave it alone, the eyes tend to look very dull and dead. But if I make sure to add that in, it's going to just add an extra level to the eyes. Because as humans, we all have this kind of extra skin right there. And it's what helps give us that extra brow fold right there and create that overlap. Because eyes, when you look down especially, you get a lot of overlap with the skin right there. And you can see, especially like on this eye, it kind of looks weird the way the eyelid just kind of sticks right into the brow right there. But if I take this control and bring it down, now it has a little bit more of a flow to it. It's not much, but it's enough to make it look more alive. Now, let's pose out the brow. Oops. Brow. Get a little bit more of a shape in there. I want to create a flow in the brows here. Not too much, but again, it's to direct the viewer's eyes so that I get this very clear line of action in the brows. Okay. I'm not liking that mouth at all right now, but that's fine. If I start going back and forth on too many things at once, then I'll never get done. I have to kind of pick my battles at the moment. Let's get this eyelid shape going here. Now, one thing is, when the eye is open, the eyelid will follow the shape of the eye. When the eye is open, just general open. Now, when the brow furrows down, it can push the eyelid down to match it. So you'll get eyes that can be shaped more like this, because the middle brow here is pushing down on this edge. So be careful with the shapes and keep in mind the sympathetic motion. A lot of people, when they're animating a character that's angry, they'll shape the eye. Let's see, which control is it? Here. As if the eye is still relaxed at its normal state. But because that brow is pushing down here in the middle, this edge is actually going to be a little bit more open. Let's lower this a little bit. And the same with the cheek. For example, here the cheek is going to come up a little bit, which is going to push this lid up slightly. Not too far. And also the skin here. So to really get the face to sell, you need to think of the sympathetic motion in the face. Now this side, since it's a little bit more relaxed in comparison, gonna be a little bit more open. Let's take this eyelid up. Brow down just ever so slightly. Okay. Now the mouth. I want to get that really tense mouth shape. And I can do this either by bringing it out a little bit and just curling the lips in, I think that's what I'm going to do, because it'll make it a little easier to shape the mouth. So I want to bring the mouth like that. And then I can shape the mouth. Now I can use these global controls or just the individual controls here. It really depends on how you want to do it, how you start shaping this. Me personally, I kind of like to use the small individual controls, just because it allows me a lot of specific control on the mouth. So let's just shape the mouth here. Let's see. I'm just going to undo that very quickly. Make sure I'm starting from a good position here. Let's see now. I want to roll the lips in a little bit, and I'm just trying to figure out which control is going to be best for that. Do it very quickly. I think this is going to get me a good start here. These ones are going to roll in the wrong way. Okay. Let's go with that for now. And I'm having a hard time seeing certain controls here. Let's select that one. That one. And let's try to bring this up a little bit. Something like that. And this is where it's just a lot of trying to do the face pose yourself, seeing how it works, and kind of going back and forth, trying to see what works, what doesn't. Especially for more subtle poses. It can be very tricky at first. Okay. Make sure I don't have anything selected up there. There you go. Let's see. Get those lips working here. It's always a pain with subtle controls or subtle face shapes, especially when you want to get a very specific look to it, and I'm not liking the direction this is going in at all. It's just feeling crunched up. So I'm just going to take everything here and oops, make sure I don't get the clavicle there. Okay, take all this and reset it. Again, don't be afraid of resetting. Just because you have to reset it doesn't mean that, oh, Violet Flying V, thank you so much for following. Thank you so much. What was I going to say? Just because you have to reset something, that doesn't mean that you failed. It's a learning experience. A lot of times posing like this, it just takes time and you have to try a few different versions. That's actually looking kind of creepy. So I'm just trying to get a little bit more of a tense feeling in her mouth here without adjusting any of the refining controls. If I can get that working better, right from the get-go is just going to help make my job easier later on. Yeah, I figured it was you, Nick. Flying V, it's an awesome nickname. How are you doing, Nick? Can't forget to add the nostril here. Get that sympathetic motion in there. And then even the nose, if the face is scrunching up, the nose is going to rotate and even shift slightly. All right, nice. Hopefully you didn't have a huge work day. I know you were mentioning that you might have had one. Let's compress her face a little bit. Just rotate the jaw ever so slightly. Just to kind of push that line of action from the chin. Just got off work? Thanks. The facial animation is not turning out super great yet, but getting there. Let's see. I want to just try something. Nah. I really want that extreme look to her eyes. And don't push, I can't push the brow too much without lowering the eyelid. If I do that, then I get an extreme look to the face, but it looks a little odd if the brows overlap too much over the eyes, or I should say over the eyelid. And then this eyelid here will open up. And I'm just going to close this one just a tad more. Just to get a little bit more contrast between the eyes. Let's take this lower lip here. Kind of bring it up. Let's, oops, reset the roll on it. Not so much. And then reset the roll on this. Try to get that feeling of from the side it just looks weird now. But try to get that feeling of lip compression in there without having to go into the fine details just yet. Again, like I mentioned earlier, if I can get that without the fine details in, then it'll just make my job a whole lot easier. Thin that mouth out there. Let's see. Now, let's just try doing some simple shaping to it. Now, actually, one thing I do want to add is the nasofold on this side. That's going to help add that tension right in there. I don't want to do too much, but a little bit like that. Let's get that cheek. Oops. I've got her ear selected there. Get that cheek in there. Maybe puff it out just to show the compression on that side of the face a little bit more. Let's take the puff of this side and just bring it down to show the stretch. Maybe I'll move this corner here a little bit more. Let's try to shape the mouth now. Okay. Something like that. Be careful how I select these controls here. Make sure I don't have anything in here in the actual mouth selected. Okay. I think I'm getting there. It's off to a better start already, without all that extra fine-tuning that I was having to do before. Let's see. Just gonna keep that up here. So something like that, I think. And I kind of want to push the mouth over to the side a little bit more. That's one thing to keep in mind. The mouth can shift from side to side as you're animating. So don't be afraid of doing that. Now you can't go too far, else teeth will start showing, which is really creepy. But it can help. Now another thing that can help is you've got these controls at the top and bottom that can help push the line of action of the face here. And that's just gonna add a little bit more scrunch in the face like that. Now I don't want to do it too much or else I'm going to distort the skeleton underneath, which you don't want to feel like the skeleton is just made out of jello, but it can help add a little bit. Now I kind of want to push the brow here a little bit more, make it a little bit more interesting. And let's lower it just a tad. And let's see what we've got from a distance here. Okay. So looking at it from a distance, this eyebrow is just a little too low. It's not reading well. So this is one thing to be careful of when you're using pan and scan, is don't forget to look at your view from the full shot. If you're too focused on the little details, you're going to miss out on the full picture. I'm just going to bring the mouth over a little bit here. Let's reduce the puff on this cheek here just a little bit, because it's kind of killing the silhouette of the head there. But we've got something like that. And I might just change the angle of the eyes a little bit more this way. But that's a little bit better. I want to change this hand just to be a better silhouette. Especially in the thumb there. Like that. Let's see. That mouth isn't reading well for some reason. But for now, this is okay. So now that we've got this, we've been posing things out for a while now, but to kind of to swing back to what the original goal of this whole demo was for. The goal of this demo is to show how much further you can push a pose by incorporating everything into it and not just very small things. So if we go back to our default, oh boy, that's just creepy. What happened to her eye? Let's reset those facial controls on this frame. It doesn't look like they were keyed for some reason. That is horrifying. Okay, let's go back there. Ooh. Reset the translations. There you go. Let's open the eyes here. So let's see, one and this one. Open the eyes. Like that. There you go. And then for the mouth, I just need to reset some rotations. T-pose zombie, yeah, exactly. It's amazing how if you don't set some keys, it can really screw things up. Let's see. Maybe I could use a little bit of the scale attributes. That's just freaky. But let's rotate that back into place. Rotate this back into place. Like so. And I think that's the majority of it. So again, I'm going to select all the face controls and hit S to set a key and copy it onto my other frames there. So hopefully we don't have any face issues again. So this was the starting pose. Oh, and I need to reset my bend bows as well. This is the one thing to keep in mind with additional polish controls like this. If you're not careful, they don't get keys by default. So all of these bend bows here, they've never been keyed, which means that when I go back to my previous poses here, you'll see that they're all out of whack. So let's take all of these. Make sure I key my pose over here first, so I don't lose what I did with the bend bows. Okay, set a key. Let's go back to frame 1, set a key, and zero them out. And copy that over to the other poses here. Set a key. There you go, and another key. There you go. So I think that should have the character back into the default pose there. So the whole goal of this animation here was to show how much further you could push a pose, because especially when people first start getting into facial animation and all of this detail animation here that you have on a rig, you can just see how many controls that you have available to you. A lot of people, when they get into this, they will pose the body out very simply. So for example, for a kick pose, you might get something like this, where there's just no connection between the character or any part of their character. It's just simple rotations, translations, and it works in a technical sense of the term. The character is moving forward. They look like they're moving. Their balance is set correctly. All the fundamentals are still there. There's a line of action. Their balance is correct. You've got a flow to it. You've got all the fundamentals in there, but you can push it further. So for example, here, we pushed it further. And we pushed the line of action to feel like it's moving. We pushed the silhouette. We've just taken all those fundamentals and pushed them further. But we're missing a few different things. We're missing the polish controls, and we're missing the hands and the face, which are two things that a lot of people will just kind of leave off because, well, they don't need to have them till later on, till the end phase. Except if you don't pose out the hands and the face, you're missing out on a huge element of it. You're missing out on part of the pose, especially the hands. They are part of a pose. So by pushing it just a little bit more, you can see how, especially the hands, look how much more dynamic those are in comparison to those. It's not a huge difference, but it sells it. I've pushed the line of action just a little bit more. Yeah, just layering on for more flavor. Exactly. It makes all the difference. And if ever you're looking at your animation and you're going, why doesn't it feel alive? Why is it I've got all my fundamentals. I've applied every single thing. I've the 12 principles of animation. I've applied all the principles of posing. And it's still not feeling right. Push it further. And then make sure that you're applying it to everything. Hands, face. Look at the arms here from the side. Arms and legs. You can see how right now it looks like sticks. It's just you've got the body and then arm sticks straight out, leg, leg. You add those benbows in there. Look at this arm now. From the fingertip all the way to the shoulder. It's got a flow to it. I didn't break the anatomy and make it noodle arms, but it's got a flow. This leg down here, it goes from kind of just a straight pole. So let me bring an Epic pen here. It'll make it easier to draw on here. And where is it going to show up? There it is. So right now, by default, the leg just kind of has this straight all the way through, which is okay. And you have this arm, which is straight, and straight. My tablet's kind of freaking out here. Straight, 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 straight. And it's okay. But again, by pushing it just a little bit more, we go from straight to curved, and then it flows into the lower leg. So we get this nice S shape here. And I could have pushed it in just kind of a nice simple C shape if I wanted to. This leg here curves ever so slightly into this shape. This arm flows into the wrist, and this one flows right into the fingertips there. What software is this? This is Maya 2017 to be specific. But these principles would apply to any software if you're animating in 3ds Max. And Such Games much that is an awesome username. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. And Crescent Crow as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So yes, this is Maya. But this would apply whether you're animating or posing things out in Maya, 3ds Max, ZBrush, Houdini, anything. It's just taking the principles of animation, the principles of posing, and pushing it to the next level. So that you're avoiding just flat characters like this. This is not alive. This is the elements are there, but it's just the separate elements with no connection between them. If anyone's watched Full Metal Alchemist, it's like when Ed recites the list of what makes a human. You've just got like ammonia and sulfur and all of these base elements that go into the human body. And if you put all of those in a pile, you've technically got everything that makes a person. It's the same with animation principles, with posing principles. You have this whole list of things and you can throw them all in a pile. But that's not what's going to make your pose read. What's going to make your animation just alive. You have to add those in with purpose, with specificity, and then push it even more to really sell it. That's kind of what I wanted to demo here. Now, originally I was going to do a bunch of other poses because I've got a bunch of other characters in here as well. But we're already at 3 hours here. But you can see just how much more dynamic that looks compared to a stationary character. Exactly. You've got to artfully arrange that pile. Everything has to have a purpose in that pile. And even with this pose here, you can see when I've posed it, this works pretty well from any angle. Now, I would have to tweak it to work a little better from some angles versus others. But even when you're posing out, try to make it so that your work works all around. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect. The most perfect view should be the shot camera that the audience is looking from. But if you can get it to look good from all angles here, then it's a bonus. And it means that your body mechanics are working correctly. If, oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that the tips are helpful. I actually teach animation at Animation Mentor, so I like to kind of just share any little tips and tricks that I've found out and that I've learned throughout the years. You have no idea how cool. That's cheating, Nick. You already know me. But yeah, I was saying the pose. If I can get it to work from all angles, it's a bonus. And what is poem worthy? What makes it so much better is if I was doing this in a shot. Let's say I'm working on a film, and typically with a film you're animating at a stationary camera or a locked off camera. What that means is the camera is not going to be rotating around the character suddenly. You're going to be given a shot and it's going to be this camera angle. You're not going to come into it the next day and suddenly the camera angle's over here. So you're animating your shot, and technically you could animate from camera, which means that if you were to rotate the scene, it's going to look terrible, but it still looks good to the shot camera, and that's okay. But if you can animate and get the majority of it looking good from all angles, that's going to do a few things. One, it's going to make it sure that your shot is going to look good when people put on 3D glasses. That's very important nowadays. Lots of film have 3D in them. If you don't do that, when you put the 3D glasses on, suddenly you're going to notice that one arm is broken further back. You're going to get that 3D angle in there. The other thing, and this is a little bit more important, just kind of workflow wise, is what if you've got your camera angle here and then the director comes in and goes, you know what, move it to the other side here. Okay, well, if you had cheated that pose and made it just look good in the shot camera but not overall, you're going to be rebuilding the whole thing. And if this is an animation, you're going to be rebuilding your animation. So by making it work in all angles, you just get it so that you save work later on, and you just have to do a few tweaks here and there. And then this is extremely important when it comes to video games. If you're not animating in all angles for a video game, that can be very tricky, because in lots of video games, the player gets to control the camera. They get to rotate the view all around, which means that if you're not careful, you're going to have instances where the character is going to turn the view and the characters are just going to look like a jumbled mess. So it's very important to think in a 3D workspace. So a lot of that just to say that by thinking through your fundamentals, you're just going to get a much better shot in the end. And it took me a long time. This took me 3 hours to do since I started this stream. Now, granted, I've been explaining my process and kind of jumping back and forth, and we had a lot of little things that we talked about and demoed, but it's still a long process. Now, does that mean when I do my next pose, it's going to be just as long? No. The first pose always takes the longest. From here, if I was to start animating this, it would go much quicker. And I would actually not go this far for a starting blocking pose. For a starting blocking pose, it would be more like this. Oops. Yeah. So, like this, but with the hand poses and possibly a very basic face pose. So, I wouldn't have the bend bows in there. It would just be the hands, a little bit of the face, and that's it. I would push it further when I get into the refining phase. Because if you're pushing it like this and then you start blocking your shot in, you're going to have a lot of extra work to do. You're going to slow your workflow down because you're having to deal with so many controls. So let's see. So I'm trying to think what I could do for the next demo here. I was originally going to pose out another character, but I don't know if that's what people want to see or if there's something else we can do here. Or if there's a pose you'd like me to try. Did you go to the school to learn animation or self-taught? I went to Animation Mentor. Before Animation Mentor, I used to be a baker. Both my brother and I, we both went through the school, and we both used to be bakers before AM. And before Animation Mentor, we had literally zero animation experience. None whatsoever. We had never even done like flip books or anything like that. I used to do 3D modeling as a hobby, and my brother is an artist. So when we went into Animation Mentor, it was a career change, definitely. But we had a lot of fun there, and basically that's where we learned all of our animation knowledge. And definitely it's something. Well, I teach there now, and one of the main reasons I'm still teaching at Animation Mentor is I just love the community so much. It's such a great school in terms of not just the school itself, but the students who go there. They're so much fun. Violet Flying V, he was a classmate of mine, or in the school, and yeah, it was amazing. Exactly. Some of the best friends I've ever met is from that school. Even if it's completely online, we've never met most of the people we've met. We know there, except for once or twice at a graduation or at a convention or something like that. And yet they're still some of my best friends. It's just awesome. And this goes with a lot of the online schools now. I don't want to pitch AM like, oh, go there, and this is the one true place to go. Every school is different. Everyone has a different experience that they themselves need. Everyone learns differently, basically. So if you're interested in looking at a school, keep yourself in mind. Keep what you need in mind, and that's a lot of self-reflection. For me, Animation Mentor was the best. I don't think I could have picked any better. It's just, it fit my learning style, it fit my wants, and it made me a much better and open person because of the community. Best thing is that the friends you make there have the same interests as you, exactly, and are as weird as you. Exactly. Before AM, I had never met anyone who was interested in animation. I would talk to people and, oh, have you seen the newest cartoon, or have you watched the newest, like, at the time, I can't remember what cartoons it was, but have you watched the newest, like, Disney cartoon? And everyone would just go, you watch cartoons still? Yeah. And it's like, no one was interested at all. I got to Animation Mentor, and then the first day of class, let me go bigger here. The very first day of class, I was sitting in one of the Q&As, and people started discussing, oh, what's your favorite cartoon when you were growing up? Mine's Darkwing Duck. Oh, mine's Gargoyles. And all of this, like, oh, the old X-Men cartoon. And then people started humming the theme song, and it's just, as soon as that happens, like, I'm home. This is awesome. Everyone is as interested in nerd stuff as me, and cartoons. And, well, you can see in the back here, like, I've got Diva right there. I've got Stormtroopers, and you should see the other wall over there. And then, yeah, you do definitely get out as much as you put in. And this goes with any school. If you're going to go to an online school, a brick and mortar school, be prepared to put in a lot of work. For most schools, it's 30 to 40 hours a week. That includes like reading, going to Q&As and classes and all of that stuff. But how do you go about this time-wise? And it seems like anything animation-wise takes an immense amount of time. How do you even earn money? That's the tough part. Animation, if you work at a studio, you're going to be typically well paid for the work you do. You have to be careful, of course. Just like any employment, some people try to get swindle you out of what you're supposed to get. It's how life works. Unfortunately, people are mean at times. But most studios will pay you good wages for the amount of work you do, because as we can see here, it's a lot of time. It's not just a quick, like, hit the animate button, I'm done, haha. It took us 3 hours to do one pose. Now we have to do 24 frames per second, so 24 poses per second. Per second of animation. That's going to be a lot of poses. So in that sense, you can get well paid. Now, if you're doing it on your own, that's tricky. It used to be YouTube was a great place to make money with animation, because even though animation was slow, when you posted it online, you made enough revenue to pay for the process. You weren't living a comfortable life, but it was enough to live off of, potentially. Especially if you were doing like 2D or Flash animation, it's a little faster. That changed. You can't do that on YouTube anymore. Now, I know a lot of animators who, when they're doing things on their own and not working at a studio, the way they earn money is through things like Twitch. They will animate their process and kind of animate the scenes as they're working, and they make their money off of subscriptions and things like that. It's not guaranteed, but at least you get to do something you love and get some money out of it. Most of the people I know, myself included, work on something else till they're good enough to get into a studio. Exactly. That's the hard part. As soon as you get out of school, it's not guaranteed that you're going to get a job at a studio. A lot of people assume that if I pay a lot of money and I go to CalArts or some big name studio school, I'm going to get a job right away. No, unfortunately not. And sometimes you have to work on other jobs and keep working on your reel. And sometimes even if you get an animation job, it might just be like animating medical like screens for a hospital or something like that, or like restaurant menus where you're just kind of moving a picture of food across the screen. It's still animation, but you're not actually animating, and you're not going to use that to get your next job. That's not going to go on your demo reel. That's not really going to be what Disney or Pixar or any of those big studios are looking for, a picture of food sliding across the screen. So even when you get a job, you have to keep working on your resume, on your demo reel. Not so much your resume, but your demo reel. Keep improving your work. Keep pushing yourself to have better work. And that's the hard part. Once you get into a studio or a video game studio, then a lot of it's not guaranteed, but you might have work that you do at the studio that you can then put onto your next demo reel to get the next job, and so on and so forth. But it takes a while to get there. And then you have situations where, for example, with me, I've done a few extra jobs here and there, freelancing and whatnot. I can't put any of that work that I've done on my demo reel because of non-disclosure agreements. Sometimes you'll work on a shot or on a film, and you can't put that work into your reel until a specific amount of time has passed. You can think of it as the new Star Wars just came out yesterday, Last Jedi. The people who worked on it won't be able to put that work on their reel until a certain amount of time, because they might have animated a scene that has a huge spoiler in it. Well, the studio doesn't want them to just put their demo reel and all the latest work out on day one, and then everyone gets spoiled by seeing it there. So you have this kind of time of space where you can't put certain work on, and that's fine, like that, it makes sense. But as an animator, if I finished work on Last Jedi, for example, and then I have to move on to another studio, well, I don't have my latest work on there, so I have to be careful, or I have to be prepared for that. It's tough, but once you get rolling on it, then you're going to be in a good place. So it's just getting to that starting point. Let's see. I think, did the music just end? Oh no, we still got some music left. Hello, Hero 0021 2013. Is it allowed to create a reel with password with those movie shots? Yes. In lots of cases, you would be able to talk with the studio, and then they would allow you to upload shots to a password protected server, or to send a shot to a recruiter directly. But you have to ask the studio for that. That's one big thing. If ever you're going to take a shot and use it on your reel, ask the studio first. You never want to get into trouble by just taking the shot and going, oh, I'll just, it's easier to ask forgiveness than to ask permission. No. You want to ask permission first. If you don't do that, you can get in a lot of trouble. And again, it's intellectual property. Even though you're animating on a film, it's their product. You're a contractor. Oh, Hero, thank you so much for following. Oh, and it's hosting. Oh, sorry, I misread that. Oh, that's awesome. You're hosting. That's so cool. Thank you so much. Kind of going back to what I was saying, as an animator, unless you're working on your own project, you are a contractor. You are working for someone. And you're not allowed to just take something and go, well, I worked on this part of it, I can do what I want with it. No. It would be the equivalent of if you had someone build a house for you, and then you're sitting around eating supper, and then they suddenly just walk inside and then take pictures of a wall they painted. That would not be okay. They have to ask permission first before they come inside. And they can't just say, oh, well, I painted this wall. It's my wall. I can take pictures of it if I want. No. So it's just that mindset of when you're at a studio, you're working for them. It's not your project, it's theirs. How much skill do you think is needed to be part of a game company or movies? It's hard to put an equivalent skill of just, oh, it has to be this level, because it really changes and it depends on what studio versus another. For example, with movie studios, Pixar is going to have a much higher bottom line than a small direct-to-DVD movie studio. So the amount of skill varies a lot. And then the specific skills vary a lot as well too. For example, a studio, depending on what types of work they look at, will look for different things. ILM will look for creature shots more than anything else, for example, because that's what they tend to work on. Star Wars and things like Pacific Rim, like big creatures and heavy creatures. Pixar, Disney, they're going to look for acting to sell emotion and feeling in a story within a shot. If you're looking at video games, they're going to be looking for cycles and action. So how do characters move through a scene, and is it working from all angles? So things like that. So the specific skill or whatnot needed is very dependent. Basically, a good bar to set is, if you want to get into a specific studio or a type of studio, the work on your reel should look like it came from something they did. Doesn't have to be like rendered and whatnot, but the animation itself, if that's what you're interested in, should look like it came from something that they possibly could have worked on. So if you're working on a video game and your animation looks like it came from that video game, so maybe, for example, Legend of Zelda, you want to work on the next Zelda game, If you have a shot that looks like it came from a Zelda game, not that you animated Link specifically and it's all rendered in the Breath of the Wild style or anything like that, but if you've got a character swinging a sword and it feels like someone who could be in a Zelda game, well, that's good. So you can use something like that. Let's see, or how your acting choices mesh with the overall acting style of the studio. Exactly. Everyone has different acting styles. Some are more cartoony, some are more broad and dynamic, some are more subtle and kind of contained. So in terms of how much skill, I guess the answer would be as much skill as is needed to make your work look like it came from a studio. And again, that's like, it doesn't have to match perfectly. It like there's the leeway room, but I don't think of the question asked that. Okay. Let's see. Think of the question I asked that what? Yeah, so let's see. So I think with this, I'm trying to think what else I could do for this stream, because I kind of finished the demo I wanted to do, but if people are still interested in me continuing, I wouldn't mind doing something else. What could I do? Ooh. Let's see. What could I do? I could do another pose. But let's see. And if anyone has something specific they'd like to see me do, or have a question about, definitely let me know. If actually, one thing we could do, because it is a little quicker, is we could just do some facial poses. This is something I did a couple of stream backs, and it's just a fun little exercise, is getting suggestions from the chat and just trying to pose out the face. So let me open up the scene here and switch back to Maya. And don't need that anymore. Let's see. Oh, is it opening? Let's see. It's taking a little bit to open. There you go. And I hope the music isn't too loud or too quiet. I can't really tell how loud it is compared to my voice, so if it is too loud or too quiet, or if I'm too loud or too quiet, definitely let me know. Let's see, a demo that could be useful, but not for now, is camera angle setting choices. I always have a hard time picking the right camera for a shot I'm doing. Ooh, that is tricky. Cinematography, oh, can't hear music at all? Let me turn that up then. And I'm gonna just adjust my mic. Hopefully it doesn't get too much louder, but oh, and of course the song ends just now. Okay, can't hear music either. Let's turn that up. Of course, it's a quiet song too. Okay, so hopefully I'm just going in small increments because I don't want to blow out everyone's ears out with the music. So hopefully that's working. Hopefully you can hear that now. And let me just double check my properties, make sure it's actually going through. Okay. Okay, it's good for you? Awesome. Nice. Animating camera moves would be cool as well. Nice. Yeah, that would be a fun demo. Camera moves are cameras just in general are very tricky because there's so many things that go into cinematography. And a lot of it has to do with how you want the character to feel, or how you want the scene to feel for the character. Now I have to turn off my own music. If people prefer not having music in the stream, I can definitely turn it off. I just put it in there just to kind of fill the silence if ever I get too quiet. but really whatever people prefer. If there's a specific type of music you'd like, let me know. I'm open to all sorts of music. So camera angles can be very tricky, and I'll show it a little bit here in just a second, but just to kind of show what this facial pose test that I was doing, this was a fun little game or practice that I was doing a couple streams ago where the chat would just offer a facial pose and I would show my process of how I would create it. So we've got just the basic vanilla face here, and then we would just pose it out with suggestions. So let's see, let me turn on the grease pencil here. So this was an overconfident face. Next we had the devastated. We had hungry, creepy. And then we had seductive. So it was just a fun little thing of suggest the face and then see if we can even recreate it. So we could do that here, but first I just kind of want to cover camera angles because it is a nice little topic, and then we can cover a full demo in another Q&A. But I'm going to just create a duplicate camera here, create camera from view. So make sure I'm looking through camera 2 here, and let's look at my view from multiple angles. Just so that, oops, make sure this is camera 2, and then this one here is going to be my perspective camera. Okay. Kind of creepy looking. Okay, there you go. And let me turn off that. Okay. So when dealing with camera angles, a lot of it comes down to cinematography, and the camera angle or lens length that you choose, it's not an arbitrary just pick whatever you want. It is a conscious choice of what do you want to tell the audience. Just like the whole pose with Aya, all the choices I did were for a very specific reason to get a result. The result of feeling the character was moving in that case. To feel like she was in the middle of emotion while she was kicking. The same thing happens with camera moves or camera positions. So a very basic kind of crash course on it would be, first, determine what do you want this character to feel like. You want him to feel lonely. Well, let's unlock this camera here. Make him feel lonely by making him small on the screen, just in the middle of nowhere. That'll automatically make him feel a lot more alone in the world. Do you want him to feel even smaller? Make him like we're looking down on him. This makes him look weak and as if he could just be squashed like a little bug. Now what focal length is your camera? By default, Maya uses a 35 or a 50 millimeter lens. So you'll notice that this camera here is a 50 millimeter. By default, when you create a camera, it's a 35 millimeter lens right there. And when I say 35 millimeter and 50 millimeter, these numbers here correspond to a actual, like if you look at a camera lens, like a DSLR or a film camera, they have lens lengths and it's measured in millimeters. These numbers correspond to real world cameras. So a 35 millimeter lens in real life is a 35 value focal length in Maya, which is very nice. It's kind of a 1-to-1 ratio. So the camera angle will determine a lot of the feeling of the character. If you want him to feel strong and big in the scene, kind of have him fill up the camera and look up at him. It gives that kind of heroic look, where he's the hero and he feels like he's unstoppable. If I look down on him, suddenly he feels a little weak and a little less imposing. As if we're looking down on, maybe it could be a child or someone who can be, who needs to be protected. And especially if he looks up at the person, Now his eyes are kind of, I'd have to lock the eyes, but you can really sell that. One of my pet peeves of modern cinematography are the big, fast, sweeping shots rotating around moving characters. Yeah, it's a lot of cinematography nowadays can be very chaotic for no purpose. A good example of that is shaky cam, when the camera is just shaking around and moving all over the place. Shaky cam has a very specific purpose that can be very very specific. It can add atmosphere. It can make you feel like you're in the scene and you're running with the characters. But a lot of directors use it as a way of hiding things. So they'll shake the camera around so that it's easier to hide either the CG or to make it look like the characters are hitting each other when they're not even close to hitting each other. They'll cut the scene, so cut from one camera to another at odd times so that it makes things feel weaker instead of feeling stronger. Whereas you look at someone like Jackie Chan, in his films, the cinematography is oftentimes shot, and this is for his Chinese films, are oftentimes shot in very specific ways to show details and a story. He is a master of cinematography when it comes to fight scenes. Now, his American movies are kind of hit and miss in that regard, because oftentimes they are filmed by American directors trying to do the same thing but not quite succeeding as well as his Chinese films. Taken's climbing over a fence scene. Yeah, exactly. I was going to mention that. In Taken 3, there's a scene where Liam Neeson jumps over a fence. And I forget how many cuts there were in like a few seconds. And you just couldn't read what was happening. Whereas if it was Jackie Chan, he would have put the camera in a position that you could see the whole thing, and he would have jumped over the fence. And you would have seen the entire motion. Yeah, exactly. Every frame of painting. They have an awesome video on that. That's what the one that really made me realize just how good Jackie Chan was at fight choreography. I would highly recommend everyone check out if you haven't. Just do a search for every frame of painting and then look for the Jackie Chan video or the fight choreography. And check out a lot of his other videos too. He has amazing stuff on cinematography. The one on the Kurosawa films, that was very good as well. Yeah, so many good videos. You can learn a lot just by studying his YouTube videos there. But basically, cinematography boils down to what do you want to tell the audience? And it can be contradictory to what the character is doing as well. So, for example, if you want a character to look like he's confident, so maybe we'll go to the overconfident character here. Now, if you really want to sell that overconfidence, look up at him. Make him feel big, like he's just got so much pride that is bursting out, and he's just like, you're looking up at him in awe. If you want him to make him feel like he's confident but he doesn't actually feel it, try going for a more neutral camera, like straight on to him. If we go down like this, now he looks almost sinister because of the way the brows are lining up. Again, sometimes looking down on a character will make him look small. Other times it can make them look sinister because of the angle of the brows and everything. Cinematography is such a wide topic. It's something you can just spend a lifetime studying for good cinematography. But it does just boil down to what do you want to tell the audience, and what's the best camera angle to tell that, and what's the best camera movement to tell that. Now, in terms of actually moving a camera, let's just do a quick scene here, just to kind of show an example. So I'm going to create a cube here, and let's create a camera, like so, and I'm just going to have the camera follow this block here. So let's animate the block. So on frame 1 to frame 15, it'll just stay in place, and then it'll start moving over here, and then it'll hold. Okay, so we got this object, it stays still, starts moving, and then sits still. Now when I'm animating the camera, basically what I want to do is make sure that the camera follows the character and it doesn't leave the character, and it doesn't match the character. So that might seem like a very basic distinction, but it's very important. Oh, and the incredible cinematography is so good. Oh, it's amazing. I can't wait for the next one. I'm super excited for it. I love The Incredibles. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. The music, everything about it, so good. Okay, so we've got our scene here, and now we can animate our camera. Now, one thing I can do, and I'll just do this to show what happens if we match it directly. So let's go to my animation layout here. Okay, so I'm going to copy the translate animation from my cube here. Just copy that and then paste it onto my camera here. So let's set a key, translate X, and edit, paste, and I want to make sure I connect that. Okay. Oops. There you go. Okay. So now the camera moves with the object. And let's create just a cylinder so we can actually see something in the background. So now you can see that the cube moves and the camera moves exactly at the same time. Well, if you match movement exactly, you get effects like this, where the object doesn't really feel like it's moving, which can be a very interesting shot if you've seen films where like there's a camera in front of a character and they're running through the scene, but it's like they're wearing a harness and it's locked off right to their face as they're moving. That can be really cool for certain things. But typically when it's just a natural camera move, this doesn't feel right, because what's happening is the camera is locked to that character. Yeah, Requiem for a Dream, that's a perfect one. I think there's a few Stanley Kubrick films that have it. I'm trying to think, there's so many. So we don't typically want to do this. Another thing we don't want to do is we don't want to have the camera lead the motion. So if the camera starts to move first, so you'll see the camera moves and then the cube catches up, like so. Typically we don't want to do this, because what this tells us is that the cameraman anticipated what was going to happen. He's read the script, he knows that the actor has to go from point A to point B, so he starts moving his camera too early. That feels weird. Now, should you never do this? No. There's a lot of examples of films using this, either for comedy or for specific purposes. For example, the camera starts turning away as if the character is bored, so maybe you've got a character and they're talking and they're explaining and they're just blah blah blah, won't stop talking, so the camera turns away and then the character tries to run back into frame to keep on talking. That can be used for something like that. In terms of a standard camera move of there's something moving and you want to follow it, this doesn't work, because it shows that it gives the impression that what we are watching is not natural. it is rehearsed, or it is staged. Instead, what we typically want to do for a standard camera, again, cinematography and animation, all of this is an art form. We can break whatever rules we want. But for a standard camera, what we want is to follow the character so that the character starts moving first and then the cameraman follows. Imagine if you're filming something with your own camera and you're just filming a normal scene, you're just relaxed, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, someone comes running across the screen just yelling and shooting fireworks out of some cannons or something, and they're just zipping past. Well, you have no idea that was going to happen. So you're going to follow them first, and then you're going to move the camera. It's going to be a little bit before that camera follows them. Not that they're going to run out of frame, but you're going to have that thought process of, what the heck's that? Oh, I should film that. And then they might change direction, and well, they're running that way, so you're following there, and then, oh, they change direction. So now you have to swing back. They're going to lead the action, so you're going to be a little delayed. Same thing here. If this cube starts moving, it should start moving, and then the camera goes after it. And the amount of time that you offset it is dependent on how long you want, but if you think of a typical human thought process, usually it takes us about 24 frames per second. It takes 4 to 6 frames for our brain to register something. So if I at least give this character, or this cube, we'll say 6 frames to start moving before the camera reacts to it, this will give a typical thought process. So this will make it feel like the camera is thinking, or not so much that it's thinking, but that it's observing the scene and not just following and linked. Oh, Linda Jules, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you. So it just creates the feeling that the camera is it's not so much that it's a character, but that it's in the scene, that it's in the world, and that we're not just watching a stage play that is rehearsed and everything is down to a very precise just one more to go. I know, we're at 99, so close. I did not think we were gonna get even, like, I was maybe thinking maybe 1 or 2, and that we'd have like, oh, we're gonna have a few streams as we build up to 100 followers, and now we're at 99. It's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to do the 100 followers stream a lot earlier than I thought I was gonna have to do. How long have I been animating for? Oh, I started learning. Of course. Thank you so, Mr. Professor Hagen, you are the 100th follower. Thank you so much. I honestly did not think we were going to do that in one stream. That is amazing. Thank you so much to everyone, like to all 100 followers, like triple digits. That is mind-blowing that we reached that. I was expecting these streams to be like a little group of like 2 or 3 people, and that was it. I never thought that this stream would reach like even 20 or 30 people, let alone 100. That's amazing to me. Thank you so much. Oh, it's so awesome. But sorry, to answer your question, how long have I been animating for? I've been animating for 7 years. Not super long. And this is like from zero experience. Hey, Doig Swift, thank you so much for following as well. 101. Wow, we passed the milestone. Wow, I did not expect. That's awesome. But yeah, I've been animating for about 7 years-ish now. And that is from zero experience. So 7 years ago, I had zero animation experience, nothing. And then I took Animation Mentor with my brother, and I've been animating professionally now for 4 years ish, something like that. 4 or 5 years now, because the basic program at Animation Mentor is about 18 months. My brother and I took the Springboard program, so it was about 2 years before we graduated, and then we took a lot of workshops, and we actually got hired by the school when we graduated to help run different programs and things like that, which was awesome. And then to animate professionally, yeah, I guess it was about 4 years ago when we started animating professionally, both my brother and I. And are you good at drawing? I'm okay at drawing. Quite good would probably be an exaggeration of my skills. If I apply myself and I really think about it, I'm okay at drawing. I have a... I don't know if this makes sense or not, but my brain thinks in 3D. When I first started learning, like before animation and everything, I used to do 3D modeling. So my brain, I'm very used to thinking in 3D space. When I go to draw something, I have a hard time translating that 3D space into a flat 2D image. And it just is a hurdle for me that I'm still trying to work through. My brother, on the other hand, he's the opposite. He's an artist. Before he started animating, he did art, like illustration and things like that. When he started animating, he had trouble doing the opposite of remembering that he's working in a 3D environment and that he needs to move the camera around. So it was just that kind of that hurdle that we both had to go through, but in opposite directions. And I'm still struggling with that that 2D hurdle. Now, if you want me to do some sculpting, I can definitely do sculpting. Again, 3D space, I can do that. But it's as soon as it's 2D, that's when I can do it if I really concentrate. And that's one of the things that I want to do with this stream is right now, like it's the Pratt Brothers stream, and there's one of me. It's like, how is it Pratt Brothers with one person? That doesn't make sense. But the goal, and I wanted to do this for the 100th stream, which we're going to have to do now, is, or try to do, is to have both of us on here, where I do more of the 3D, like sculpting, Maya, that kind of stuff, and he is here to do the 2D animation side of it and illustration side of it, so that we'd have something like this, where he's sitting there at his workstation, right there, and I'm here, and we're kind of just trading off and talking about different subjects or doing things like that. I'll volunteer as the honorary triplet. Yeah, but your beard is too awesome for ours. This is all I can grow. This horrible little like nothing beard. You should see anyone who ever sees Flying V's beard. It's epic, and he's got the beautiful mustache. It's glorious. You'd have to trim down a lot to match us. But let's see. Do you need 2D ability to do AN courses? Not at all. When I started out, I barely knew how to do a circle. To do a circle was a strain for me. So it's do you need 2D? Not at all. I did the course with pretty much no drawing ability, and by the end I became decent at it, at least for planning animation. Nothing fanciful. I can actually, let's see if I can find an image of the kind of drawing skills that I had when I was going through the program. Oh, and do you know a website? You can check out both of our work on our real site, or on our demo reel site. Now, I will say, who is Flying V in real life? Nick. He's a student that went through the program with Cameron and I. So he was a graduate with us, and I remember he worked on a Mario shot with thwomps and all sorts of cool things, and it was so much fun. He's an awesome guy. Definitely awesome. But I have to keep track of everything I want to cover here. Here's the site with our reels on it. Keep in mind when you're looking at this, not all of our recent work is on there. The majority of the work on there is pretty much all the work we did as students. So it's work from 4 years ago. All of the most recent work we've done is stuck up in non-disclosure agreements. We can't put it on our reels yet. So it's not great in terms of hiring, because it's all old work that I look at it now and it's like, oh, I wish I could replace those shots. They're not great. Especially some of them. But what I do like about these reels is these are the reels that we had when we graduated the program. So if anyone's interested in learning animation, these are the reels of someone who had zero animation experience. Nothing. No experience whatsoever. And for me, no drawing experience. Like, I did 3D modeling, that's it. I could make nice shapes and props. But in terms of like artistic ability and of animation side of things, nothing. And by the time I finished the program, that's what my skill level was at. So also keep in mind that includes the workshops. So like the creature workshops and stuff, which is an additional thing above the base program. But all the acting shots with people in them, that was in the main like 18-month program. And then same with my brother. All the work in there is when same thing. When he started out with zero animation experience to when he's done now. And now he's got a lot of 2D animation that he's done, which I love 2D animation. I wish I could do it. I'm really pushing myself to learn to draw this year because I want to do 2D animation. And he's got a lot of 2D animation he's done, which every time I see it, it's like, oh man, I love it. But yeah, those are our reels. And then I think there was another question that I missed here. Nifty, a dual stream. Yeah, that's the goal. Is I want that dual stream where we can just kind of switch from one to the other based on what people want to know, and just make it interesting. Especially like if anyone's checked out the site, you might notice that we kind of look alike. We are twins. We work together. We do pretty much like we're the embodiment of twins who took it too far. We dress the same, all of that good stuff. And I figured that this stream would be pretty awesome just to kind of have both of us working on projects together, and possibly even like working on a project, some personal projects that we want to work on that kind of have 2D, 3D kind of mixed in. But unfortunately, some of our technology isn't working right now, so I can share the screens so we can have both webcams up, like that, but I can't share the workstation over there on this stream, unfortunately. I think I know what the problem is, because we've got a capture card and all of that good stuff, but it's just not transferring the signal over. I think I just need an adapter for the HDMI from the system over there, and I think it should do it. But I'd have to go into the city, and for anyone who doesn't know, I live way out in the country, so the nearest store to me where I could get a part like that is an hour and a half drive, or maybe an hour on a good day, where it's an hour drive at a full speed limit. There's no traffic. It's just empty road all the way there. So I'm hoping to do it. I was hoping to do it today, but I might be on the Thursday stream because I think I might end up getting into the city on Wednesday. Maybe, yeah, Wednesday might be able to do it. Let's see. Where's my nice chair? I've got I forget the name of them. I actually prefer this chair that I'm in right now. This is for anyone who doesn't know, a DX Racer chair. And actually, I have a question for all of you. Are you seeing that webcam flickering? I keep seeing that on my screen, but I'm not sure if it's something that's happening on the stream itself. But going to the chair, this is a nice DX Racer chair. These are super comfy. They have a nice high back, so like your head is right there, and you can actually lean back and almost sleep in it. This chair that I'm in, this is more of a typical office chair, like that. But it's I forget the name, and there's no logo on it. It's super comfy. You can sit in a chair like this one here. It's basically designed so you can sit like 2 or 3 hours and you get no back pain, nothing. It's got all sorts of like, it's not really springs, but the way it's designed, it's kind of a mesh of different interlocking pieces that when you sit or you lean back on it, it's not just a big thing that kind of compresses. It all kind of folds or lines up to your body, but with enough resistance that you're not just sinking into it. Super comfy. I really like it. My only wish is that it had a higher headpiece, because then I could rest my head. But then I think I'd be too tempted to just sit in my chair for days at a time. My brother actually has a chair like the one I'm sitting in his office. For the streams, we're not gonna match because of the chair, but it is a comfy chair. Let's see. So we covered camera moves a little bit. Let's see, was there something else I wanted to cover in camera moves for all of you? And if anyone has any questions on the camera moves or anything else, definitely let me know. But basically, kind of going way back to the original topic we were talking about, when you're dealing with a camera move or cinematography, first think of the emotion you want to sell in your screen or on the scene that you're animating on. And if you're not sure how to accomplish that emotion, think of your favorite film that had that. So for example, I want to create an establishing shot for a film or for a scene that shows characters arriving somewhere and seeing a place for the first time. Okay, how do you put the camera there? Well, you could just like play around with it and try to get something close, but you can also let me find this here. Oh, I don't have it here. Let's see. Let's find it on YouTube. Let's see. Just gonna find this scene here. I had it on my computer, but I'm gonna find it on YouTube. Okay, so let's share my screen here. So, a scene from Star Wars, one of my favorite films. If you saw my wall over there, I've got like too much Star Wars stuff. But in this scene, you have an establishing shot where they arrive at Mos Eisley, and you can see how they're showing the distance, the scale of the scene first. So we went from a close-up of the characters as they're talking and discussing what they're going to do. This is their planning, so we want to be personal with them. And you can see how they're making Luke feel small and weak. His uncle and aunt just passed away. He's vulnerable right now. So as we're talking, we're looking up at Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's the kind of the strong character in this scene. He's the one that's going to be supporting Luke right now. So we're looking up at him. He's the dominant figure. And then Luke we're looking down at him. He's vulnerable right now. He doesn't know what he wants to do. He's deciding to go to Mos Eisley, but that wasn't in his plan. He's not, like, he's still new to this. And then we show a traveling shot, then an establishing shot. And first we show, where are they? They're definitely not anywhere that we've seen before. Then the camera turns, and now we see the spaceport. Now the quality is super low here, but hopefully it's still clear. I can probably bump this up. There you go. Now we can actually see some detail. But you can see how now they're... I'm gonna need to know where you source that smooth jazz. I just have some playlists online. So here, I can give you the link for that. That should be the whole playlist. I like to just find playlists on YouTube and then just listen to it, because I get to hear songs that I never would have heard of before. But as you can see, we have this establishing shot, and then we come back. We've established where our characters are. Now we come back to them. We can be close up, and we're showing a group shot, showing that yes, everyone is here. Everyone's looking at Mos Eisley. We're getting this explanation of what it is, and then from there we go into Mos Eisley. So I hope that that was very, very basic, but I hope that kind of makes sense of, if you're interested in doing a shot in your own animation, don't be afraid of looking at how someone else did it from your favorite film, or from a scene that maybe you want to do a sad scene where a character is really feeling down, or feeling as if they are failing, or maybe like someone passed away or died, or something like that. Find a scene from a film that really touched you, that really made you feel sad or happy, or it made you feel something. Even if it's not the best film, if it made you feel a little something, analyze it, figure out why, and don't be afraid of, don't copy it, but taking that element from it. So a scene for me where I have that that feeling of just like emotion for something, not sadness, but let's see if I can find it here. Okay, so let's close this off and go in here. So Jurassic Park, and we've got subtitles here. Adventurous instrumental music continues. Is this scene right here, where so far we've been introduced to the park, but there hasn't been anything that interesting so far. They've just been driving, and then you have this moment where you get this really close, this moment of just, we don't know what he's seeing, we hear it, and let me unmute here. Let's see. Let me pause the rest of the music, and hopefully everyone can hear that. But like, you just have, we haven't seen anything yet. Yeah, every shot's a meme, exactly. And then we're really close up on them now, and now establishing shot, and it's beautiful, and the music kicks in, and it's like, oh, even now it's like, oh, I feel it. It's amazing. I love this film, and not just because it's got dinosaurs and it's cool and whatnot, but because of the cinematography made you feel something. It had a purpose. And then we've got this shot here where, if you look at it, this is, you would consider this as not properly staged, because the dinosaur is not in the scene. His head's out of the picture. But that's the point. It's out of the picture so that you realize the scope of this dinosaur. Again, they've thought it through. So again, if you were wanting to do this kind of scene where, how do I make my character feel like they're looking at something and I create this reveal where it's like, oh, wow, how amazing! Like exactly that. Spielberg is amazing. That feeling of, oh, oh, wow. How do you create that? Well, look at what they did here. Again, we went from just typical shots where they're talking, basic close-ups and things like that. Oh, let me turn that down. I don't know how loud it is for everyone. But we go from just like basic over the shoulder, back and forth. We've got a little bit of camera shake here because you're in a car, so it makes you feel like you're there. Crystal Skull is a masterpiece. I have to admit, Crystal Skull had good elements. Not everything was great, but I'm one of those people. I like the prequels, Star Wars prequels, not like the original Star Wars, but I find that there's a lot of good things in them, and maybe it's because I watched them when I was at that right age where it's Star Wars, it's cool, and plus there was the Pod Racer game for the Nintendo 64, so I love that game. But for films like this is a masterpiece to me, because of that emotion. But again, watch how it does the reveal. We went from typical over-the-shoulder shots, and suddenly we go from a far shot, and we're zooming in to everyone's expressions, and we're focused on their expressions. And then we cut from there. Now we're making him look small by looking down at him. And then we cut, and again, we're close. And we get even closer and closer to the face. We're going closer, closer, closer. We're getting that feeling. And then we're really close on, like, this is a very close shot on both of their faces. And suddenly we see everything. So you brought it in, and then you brought it out. And that shows the reveal. If you were far away from them, far away from them, far away from them, and then you turned, it wouldn't have had the same impact. Oh, and is Maya free or paid for? The main program is paid for, but you can get a free student license, which basically means that you can use Maya, but you can't use it to make money. So it's just, yeah, it's free. So you can get a free student license, and the nice thing is, it's totally open. It's not like, oh, you can use it, but you can't save your scenes, or if you render it, then you get watermarks on everything. I think the only thing is, if you use an Arnold renderer, you can't render an entire scene. You can only render frame by frame, or else it's going to be a watermark. Then the paid version can actually render the whole thing, I think. I'm not sure. So yeah, so if ever you're interested in trying to create an emotion in a scene, study what the masters did. For example, Steven Spielberg, or anyone else that you admire. And everyone's different. Everyone feels something different in different scenes. So some people will find something awe-inspiring. Some people will laugh. For example, when I watch horror movies, I don't usually get scared. And that tends to be because I overanalyze horror movies. So I can kind of guess when something's going to happen most of the time. So it's not like a shock, it's just like waiting for it to happen. That's me personally. I know a lot of people who watch horror movies and they're just like enthralled with it, even if they know what's going to happen. And I'm not saying those films are bad. They are amazing. Some of them are just, The Cabin in the Woods, one of my favorite films. Let's see. For the student version of Maya, you can't batch render with Arnold. Okay, yeah. But you can sequence render and won't get the watermark. Okay, cool. So yeah, you won't be able to batch render, but you can still sequence render. That's not bad. Especially since Arnold is a wonderful renderer. And if you're going to get, if you want to use Arnold, make sure you get Maya 2017 or 2018. Older versions of Maya don't have Arnold. They have Mental Ray, which is pretty good, but not as good as Arnold in most cases, especially if you're trying to do rendering for plates and stuff like that, which is like live action plates. So yeah, so kind of closing up that cinematography thing, don't be afraid to study things that really made you feel something, whether it's fear or laughter. What if you think of a scene and it made you laugh? Study it. How did they move the camera? Where was it positioned? It might be a very simple scene and just basic positioning, but you never know. Maybe that camera really sold the scene, and you never really realized it before that the movement of it made it even better. The positioning of it, how it zoomed in and zoomed out, whether you were a close-up shot or a medium shot or a far shot, all of that good stuff. So let's see. So I think I wanted to do a facial pose demo, but I might have to go soon, grab something to eat, and then I have to do some work tonight still. But if there are any last minute questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Definitely let me know. If not, I might call it here. And I just realized there's no music playing. There you go. Hopefully it's not too loud for everyone. I forgot to turn down the volume because of Jurassic Park. Before we call it here, I do want to say thank you to everyone for getting us over 100 followers. Like I said, I did not even think we'd reach like 20. I just assumed that this would just be a kind of personal stream where people jump in and just kind of hang out and just be this close little group of people that I knew. I never thought that we'd reach 100, let alone over 100. How often do I stream? My stream schedule is below. I stream Sunday, Monday, and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So that's my typical schedule. I will be gone for the holidays, so from the 24th to the 1st, because I'm basically going to be traveling at that time, visiting family and all that stuff. So I'll be back in the new year after that. So there's going to be a stream on Monday, a stream on Thursday, and then I think that'll be it for the rest of the year, which is going to be like a week. And then, do you play Blast or properly render for a show reel? I just play Blast. Now, oops. Okay, make sure I didn't close anything off. Let's go to my my site here, or my demo reel, and I'll just show what the rendering that I have. Just as an example here. So this is my reel. Let me mute it. So you'll notice that some shots are play blasted, some are rendered, and some are really well rendered, or like where I really went all out. This is just a play blast, and you can see it's a work in progress, a shot I never got to finish, unfortunately. It's a shot that I want to finish one day, but I just don't have the time to dive into it. But you can see it's just a play blast. Just basic play blast on top of a plate, which is the moving background. Is that bad? Not at all. That's pretty much what all recruiters are looking for. They don't care about anything more than this. Now, with the newer versions of Maya, one thing I would do is I would render it with Viewport 2.0 and add a little bit of ambient occlusion and things like that. Basically, if I go here, I forgot I had this scene open. Let's put her hand back into position here. There you go. So by default, when you create a scene, there's no shadows. Let me figure out where I was looking here. If I create a polygon plane here, you can see there's no shadows, there's nothing. It's just a character standing in empty space. So let's show curves here, turn that off, and I'll turn off the grid as well. So with this, it's hard to tell where the character is standing. Are they on the ground? Or is the ground way down here? We can't tell. It makes it very difficult to see if contacts are working. So for animations, for a demo reel, all I would really do is I'll turn on ambient occlusion right here. You can go to Renderer, Viewport 2.0 and turn it on in here as well. Screen space ambient occlusion, maybe turn that up to a higher quality, and there you go. So that sells the contact right there. Now you'll see if she's further away, we don't get any shadow. I bring this in, we get shadow. And the same thing happens if I take this arm and bring it closer to her body. You'll see we get a shadow right there where her thumb is. We get that contact right there and we feel it. It's closer now, we can see it. That really helps sell a shot. The other thing that I'll do is I will turn on anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing, basically, if you've played video games, you know what this does. It smooths things out, smooths out the pixels. So if you look at her eyebrows right now, they're very pixelated. They're jagged. The edge of her hair right there, the eyes, they're very jagged and pixelated. If I turn on anti-aliasing, let's turn this up, everything's smooth. So now we've got a shot that looks much nicer. And then if the rig has it, this will depend on the rig, you'll see how much it's slowing down my scene here. So I'll just quickly turn these off. Select my character here and take the body resolution, put it high, give her her textures. Now I don't think they're going to load up right now. Yeah, so her textures aren't loading up. I'd have to reconnect them. Let's do that very quickly here. And browse for the textures. Repath them. There you go. So now we've got nice skin texture, all of that good stuff. And if I turn on ambient occlusion and anti-aliasing, that looks pretty darn good. For just in the viewport, I don't need anything more than that. Everything's looking super smooth. I'm not getting those pixelated edges. I've got the anti-aliasing, the ambient occlusion shadows, which are making things feel like they're connected to each other. That's all I need. So that's something that my shot here, it doesn't have. This was in 2015 and I didn't have, it doesn't have quite as nice. No, actually, sorry. This was in my 2012 or 13, I think, that I animated this. So it didn't have Viewport 2.0 at that time. My 2015 has full Maya Viewport 2.0. So a regular Play Blast, fine. Play Blast with Viewport 2.0, it's going to make your Play Blast take a little longer, a few seconds or maybe a minute longer or something. Just good. That's even better. And that's like, it's almost render quality without having to spend hours and hours and hours setting up rendering and then rendering out, which takes even more time. So then you have something like this. This is, again, just a Play Blast. And you can see there's not even Viewport 2.0. There's no shadows on the hand here, on the desk, nothing. It's just a Play Blast. Then again, same thing, Play Blast, Play Blast. Let's see, I think I had one. Okay, and then you have this rendered. And this I did all the lighting and rendering myself. So this is like, you do not have to do any of this. The only time you would put this much effort into lighting and rendering is if you wanted to be a lighter or a renderer. If you're an animator, this is not needed whatsoever. Again, Play Blast, yeah. So pretty much all my shots except for that one is all just Play Blasts. And that's all you need. You don't need anything more than that, and no recruiter is gonna care either way, if it's lit or just a play blast. What they're looking for is the animation. So that's one of the things that a lot of people get hung up on, is like, oh, I have to put it up, but it's not looking really good compared to all the other animators who've worked on feature films and it's all lit and cool. It doesn't matter. You're an animator, they're hiring you to be an animator. As long as your animation is good, that's really it. Which is nice for us, because it makes a whole lot less work. We can start focusing on the next shot instead of lighting a current shot. And that's another suggestion I would have, is if you have the time to work on really deep lighting, potentially consider not doing it anyway and taking that time and putting it onto your next shot. This is, again, if you really want to be an animator first, that's going to get you more practice with animation. For me, I do lighting and stuff like that kind of as a hobby in my own time. I find it relaxing. So like that's when I'll do something like that. But if I'm animating and I'm really focused on animating, I'm not going to worry about any rendering. I'm going to just get a quick Viewport 2.0 setup. That's it. And then do you have any demo reels do's and don't tips? The big ones would be keep it short, a minute at most, usually. 2 minutes is a long demo reel. So if your reel is only like 30 seconds, not a problem. Usually you don't want, like, a minute is pushing it. And again, let's open up mine and just see how long it is. I think mine is like 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes. So it's on the long side. Oh, and it didn't open up again. Gotta open up the site again. Okay. So 1.5 minutes, 1:21. So a minute is kind of like a minute of stuff is good. 2 minutes is a little long. Anything within that is okay. Less than a minute, it can feel a little short, but 30 seconds of stuff is always better than too long. And the other thing to keep in mind is only ever put your best work. A 30-second reel of amazing stuff is going to be much better than a 2-minute reel with 30 seconds of amazing stuff and then 1.5 minutes of filler. Your reel is only as good as the best shot on it. So if a shot isn't good, don't put it on. If it's not as good as your others, don't put it on. Only put shots on that are good or that you find good. Because a demo reel isn't just a reel about, oh, look at all the stuff I've animated. A demo reel is a recruiter's way of not only seeing your skill, but of seeing your eye for animation. Everything you put on your reel is you telling the recruiter, this is stuff that I think will let me get into your studio. What do you think? Now, if you put a shot on there, oh, my reel is only 50 seconds. I need a 10-second shot. Okay, I'll just grab this one, put it in. It's not really good, but it'll bump up the time. Well, they're going to go and look at that shot and go, why do you think that shot would be a good fit for our studio? Why do you think that shot is any good? Or is not that it's not that it's bad, but why do you think that this shot is as good as everything else on this reel? It's not. And like, I might have just put it on there to fill in the time. That's a detriment to me. So only put in the best work. And again, if it's only 30 seconds, that's fine. 30 seconds of good work is going to be way better than oh, Jackatos, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate that. So yeah, 30 seconds of awesome work is going to be way better than even 40 seconds of like awesome work and then one mediocre shot. Don't put mediocre shots on there. And as your skills raise, basically what you're doing with your demo reel is you pick your weakest shot and then replace it. Pick your weakest shot and replace it. So your demo reel is continually improving itself and getting better. So for example, for me, the shot that I want to replace on my demo reel when I get a chance, and this also includes when I get my freelance work and stuff in, is this very first shot, because it's a work in progress. And as much as I would like to get back into it and finish it, at this point I think instead of trying to finish this shot, I could just remake a better shot from start to finish. So this is the one I want to replace. Now, this is a shot that shows body mechanics, weight difference between two characters, and interaction between two characters. That's the kind of shot I want to replace it with. So I want to have a shot that has heavy and light character interacting and all of that good stuff. So you pick the weakest shot, and then you try to replace it with something that will fill in the gaps that you have on your reel. So maybe you're going to replace a shot, but if you replace it, you're not going to have any acting shots on your reel. So you replace it with a good acting shot. Now, does this mean that you just replace it with the exact same thing? No. Replace it with an even better acting shot. So maybe the first acting shot was just a character sitting and talking to the camera. Well, maybe the next one, you incorporate a few other things. So it's a character acting in a scene, but now there's body mechanics in there as well, and he's interacting with things, and you're showing all of your added skills in not just having an acting shot, but having an acting shot where a character is doing physicality as well. So, yeah, that would be my demo reels, do's and don'ts. Now, there's a bunch of other like little things, but those ones, if you keep those in mind, you're pretty much gonna get a good reel for the most part. And then if you're just starting out, don't worry about customizing your reel for specific studios. So like, if I apply to Pixar, I need to have this reel, and I have to go to ILM, I have to have this reel. Don't worry about it. When you're first starting out, companies will assume that you don't have enough work to make multiple reels. Again, it goes down to the 30 seconds of good stuff is better than a minute of mediocre and good. So, let's see. I think with that, we might be able to call it here. Let me see here. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any questions. Let's see. Trying to find my settings here. There you go. Cool. So, I think with that, we can call here. Now, I am just waiting for the chat because there's this lag from what I see and what you guys see. So I'm just gonna hold off just a little bit, see if there's any last minute requests. It doesn't look like it. Just waiting. So, cool. Yeah, I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Thanks, Nick. I'm glad it was good. So the next stream should be tomorrow. For tomorrow, I'm gonna try to get something prepared, but we'll have to see. It might just kind of be hanging out and chatting and doing some maybe some more poses or something like that, and trying to do it a little faster than 3 hours. Also, I did want to ask all of you, and this is something that if you're not interested, don't worry about it, but I've had a few people ask me if I did creative or gaming streams. So right now this is a creative stream. That's basically art, drawing, sculpting, animation. That's kind of the goal of this stream. I've had people ask me if I played video games on this stream, and they asked me if I could potentially do that. If that's something that you guys are interested in, I had never really... thank you so much for following, Jericho. Awesome, thank you. But yeah, if that's something that you guys are interested in, it wouldn't replace this main idea, but like maybe one day a week or every couple of weeks or something, having a just kind of gaming stream where we hang out, play a game, and just chat about animation or whatever, or maybe even at some point like have a like what's the word I'm looking for,
a server where we can all like jump in and have like a Minecraft server or something like that. Looking for an excuse to play video games? I would love to play more video games, and if people want to see that, I would jump on the chance. Definitely. So if people aren't interested in seeing that, like, no problem. I never even assumed that people would want to watch me play a game to begin with. So it really is up to you guys. If that's something that you want to see and that you're interested in, and maybe my brother and I can play like some co-op games or something like that, and you can make fun of whichever one of us isn't doing as well as the other. We can definitely try that out, and maybe try to do some like animation games like Cuphead, or games that have like really good animation. I play Portal 2 co-op. Oh, that would be fun. I haven't played that in a while. Seeing a game stream from an animator's perspective would be interesting. Oh, cool. Yeah. Now I'm gonna have to think, get a collection of games that we can play. Ooh. Yes. Yes, that would be fun. So awesome. Something to think about. But again, thank you so much for spending your time here, for hanging out, for following. We reached 103, which is amazing. I did not think that would happen. For anyone who missed at the beginning, I had the counter down here because we were at 90 out of 100. And I thought, oh, I'll just put that down so for the next like 2 or 3 weeks we can see it count up and like get all excited for reaching 100. And then we reached 100 today. And now we're at 103. And it's just, okay, that's awesome. But yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much to Mr. BackFX for subscribing. That was amazing. If you guys saw me at that point, I was basically struck dumb. I did not know what to say. If you guys are probably just going to look at the recording and laugh at me at that point. But thank you so much for that. That is amazing. And hopefully I'll see you in another stream in the future. If so, always feel free to ask questions. Always feel free to ask for demos, whatever you guys want to see. I'm happy to show it off here and kind of show the workflow that I would have, or just any way I can help out, I'm happy to. So I think with that, we'll call it here, and I'll see you sometime in the future. Take care, everyone, and best of luck. Bye.